Chapter 260. Long time no see. Let's talk about this first. Not long ago, they were defeated by Noah's hands. The self-proclaimed God's destroyer troop K was not wearing the steel suit that they saw last time. Instead, he was wearing an ordinary suit with a tie. Looking at Noah standing in front of him, K had a smile on his face, but his cold eyes were staring at Noah. He said to Noah, "It's my honor to see you again so soon, Noah Doria." Noah, who turned around, gradually restrained his expression under K's cold eyes and fake smile. Why did K appear here? This question was not important. Ever since he knew that K was released by the 99th lunar night, Noah felt that K would appear in front of him again sooner or later. Therefore, although he was a bit surprised that K would appear in front of him at this time and place, Noah was not surprised and only smiled faintly. "Is that so? But I don't want to see you at all. You're still the same as before." K smiled indifferently. "You don't hold back at all when you speak. As expected of that young lady's partner." Saying this, K's gaze vaguely glanced in Lilith's direction, making Bliss, who was on the side, ask Noah in a daze. "That, your friend?" "No." Noah shook his head. "We can't be considered friends." "Indeed, we can't be considered friends." K smiled at Bliss in a friendly manner. "You should be considered an opponent, right?" "Opponent?" Noah was a bit sarcastic. "Only those who are evenly matched can be considered an opponent, right? Can you be considered my opponent?" What he meant was that K did not have the qualifications to be his opponent. Regarding this, K still smiled indifferently, but the air around him became a bit colder, making Bliss shiver. For Bliss, who lived an ordinary life like a rich family's child, it was impossible for him to know the reason why the air around him suddenly became cold. This was because Bliss couldn't sense the source of the chilling aura emanating from K's body-killing intent. Of course, just because Bliss couldn't feel the killing intent didn't mean that he couldn't feel the bad atmosphere between Noah and K. At that moment, Bliss pretended to laugh freely and raised the cup in his hand. "Since the two of you are old acquaintances, then I won't disturb the two of you. See you at the ball tonight. Take care." Noah and K also raised their glasses at Bliss and watched him leave. After Bliss's departure, the atmosphere around Noah and K became even worse. However, in this terrible atmosphere, K retracted his murderous aura and bowed pretentiously to Noah. "Please allow me to introduce someone to you." While saying this, K moved his body to the side, allowing Noah's gaze to pass through his original position and look behind him. There was a thin old man in his 70s wearing a white coat. It was unknown whether he was a doctor or a scholar, but he was walking towards them step by step with a cane. The old man's hair was so white that it was impossible to see his original hair color. However, from the other party's blue eyes and high nose, hidden behind the glasses that resembled reading glasses, the other party should also be a Westerner. Looking at the Westerner old man slowly walking in front of him, Noah stared at him for a while. When the old man was in front of him, Noah smiled. His smile was full of evil intentions. "Equipment Smith?" The old man was stunned. Even K was stunned. It was obvious that he didn't expect Noah to suddenly say this name. Upon seeing their reactions, Noah confirmed his guess and curled his lips into a smile. "Looks like I guessed right." "Guessed?" The old man recovered from his shock. He narrowed his eyes and laughed out loud. In the beginning, when K reported that the person who defeated him and the 10-man team of God's Destruction Team was a student, I was still curious as to what kind of person he was. "So that's how it is, that's how it is. You are even more outstanding than I thought. You can call me Edward." The old man who called himself Edward, but in reality, he was the same as the 99th lunar night. He developed a method that allowed people to obtain power that surpassed humans. The power of the God Destroyer team has been demonstrated a few days ago. It was created by strengthening the body with the battle suit known as the equipment steel. What do you think? It's not bad compared to you surpassers, right? Hearing this, Noah frowned. In terms of strength alone, the God's Destroyer squad that was equipped with the steel suit was indeed not weak. At least, from the standard of surpassers, the God Destroyer team that could match the level 2 surpassers did have a considerable amount of power. But, what does this have to do with me? Noah spread out his hands. I'm just a student. Even if I admit that the God Destroyer team is not inferior to a normal surpasser, what's the use? Whether you're a student or not, you're still a surpasser. As an individual with the power of surpassers, you're the most suitable person to evaluate my equipment steel. Edward seemed to be eager for recognition as he spoke to Noah enthusiastically. Moreover, you seem to be a very special individual. You are qualified to comment on my pretending to be steel. Although he said this, his face was full of enthusiasm, but Edward's words of individual had already exposed his inner thoughts. Obviously, to Edward, Noah Doria was only an individual that he was interested in. Rather than saying that Edward treated Noah as a target for evaluation, it was more accurate to say that he treated Noah as a reference to compare with his own invention. If that's the case, then let me tell you my opinion. Noah suddenly smiled and said this. Something that can only match a group of level 2 students, no matter how you look at it, it can't be considered good, right? Edward's smile froze, but after a while, he recovered and laughed. Indeed, it's just a half-finished product that hasn't been adjusted. Moreover, although the ones wearing it are trained soldiers, they're still just normal humans. Normal humans? Noah looked straight at Edward. What do you mean by that? My meaning is very simple. Edward chuckled, but his eyes behind his glasses were fixed on Noah. There was a trace of fanaticism in his eyes. Do you want to come to my side? The surrounding air became slightly heavy, from the original vile atmosphere to somewhat heavy. Noah held the glass, sipped the red wine, and said casually. You want to rope me in? I want to see what level of power you can obtain after wearing the armored steel. Edward's tone was somewhat excited. A group of normal soldiers wearing my armored steel can obtain power similar to a surpasser. If you, as a surpasser, were to wear the armored steel, under the double enhancement of the daybreak star pattern, and armored steel, how high would your strength be? Hearing this, Noah's heart was slightly moved, but after thinking about it, he calmed down. Even the daybreak star pattern, that could strengthen the human body and spirit could not give him any more power. How much power would the armored steel, which could only strengthen the body, give him? Originally, Noah's body was already strong to the point that the daybreak star pattern could not strengthen it much. He believed that even if he changed to armored steel, it would still be the same. With this thought, Noah glanced at Edward. Sorry, I'm not interested. Your will is quite firm. As a student, you can actually not be tempted by power. The excitement on Edward's face disappeared little by little, and he looked at Noah with deep meaning. However, I haven't given up on the idea of combining a surpasser and a God's Destroyer. Leaving this sentence, Edward took the silent K and left. Looking at the back of the two people, Noah curled his lips, but his heart was in deep thought. Chapter 261. The appraisal of the mysterious, shattered feather, held by the Dawn organization, would be officially held tomorrow. Today, in addition to the ball in the evening, the main purpose was to let the celebrities from various countries who came to participate in the appraisal to gather together. 99 lunar nights would appear and say one or two opening remarks as a welcome. Then, 99 lunar nights would let the celebrities who came to participate in the appraisal return to their prearranged rooms to rest. At this time, Noah was in a luxurious suite in the hotel. However, this room was not Noah's, but Lilith's. Under Sarah's unwilling support, Noah sneaked into Lilith's room in order to not expose his identity. He told Lilith about his encounter with Equipment Smith and Kay at the venue. They really came. Lilith, who was still wearing a brightly colored dress and had changed her hairstyle, sat on the edge of the bed with the aura of a noble lady. Her face showed an expression that said it was expected. Blaze Diabolica, special, and the extremely mysterious shattered feather. With so many elements that could move that person, it would be strange if they didn't come. I see. Noah looked at Lilith in a daze. She did not show any signs of surprise. After a while, he sighed. Did you already know that they would come? In fact, if he thought about it carefully, it was natural that Lilith would not be surprised by Edward and K.'s appearance. After all, Edward and K.'s appearance was completely predictable. According to some information revealed by K, when he wanted to kidnap Lilith, the person standing behind K, Edward, who developed Equipment Smith, had a motive for wanting to obtain 99 lunar nights and Lilith. K said that he kidnapped Lilith mainly because the security around 99 lunar nights was too tight. It was not easy to obtain, so he made a move on Lilith in an attempt to negotiate with the Dawn organization through Lilith. Now that he thought about it, Noah felt that the so-called negotiation and the purpose of wanting to obtain 99 lunar nights should be for the Dawn Star rune. To be more precise, it should be to obtain the Surpasser. This was because Edward had said that he wanted to combine the Transcendents and the God Destroyers. Thus, Edward and Kay came to this appreciation party. Needless to say, 99 lunar nights and Lilith were here, and Shattered Feather was a mysterious item that even the Dawn organization could not decipher. Regardless of whether it was to achieve his goal or to satisfy his curiosity as a researcher, Edward would still come. After all, the security around the 99 lunar nights would definitely not be as tight as it was in the academy. More or less, he would be able to find an opportunity to make a move. Who the hell is that old guy? Noah looked at Lilith. If Blaze Diabolica refers to 99 knights who researched the Daybreak star pattern and created the Surpasser, and Equipment Smith refers to Edward who developed the steel installation and created the God's Destroyer, then are there other people who are researching the power that surpasses humans? Lilith fell silent. Seeing Lilith's reaction, Noah knew that he had hit the nail on the head. Ever since Kay had appeared with the God's Destroyer team, Noah had been suspecting that since there were God's Destroyer existences that surpassed humans, then were there other people in this world who were researching the same power? The facts proved that Noah's guess was indeed accurate. At that moment, Noah did not say anything more. He just looked at Lilith and waited for Lilith's answer. After a period of stifling silence, Lilith spoke up after an unknown amount of time. Equipment Smith, real name Edward Walker, is a research expert who is proficient in mechanical engineering. In addition to being good at developing engines and propulsion systems, he is also dedicated to the development of artificial muscles. Miss. On the side, Sarah, who had been silent, suddenly became anxious. That is the secret of the Dawn organization. So, I won't say it a second time. Lilith casually dropped this sentence, making Sarah speechless. She continued to speak as if nothing had happened. Edward was originally the second in command of the Dawn organization's development bureau. This sentence made Noah somewhat stunned. Edward, who wanted to kidnap the 99th lunar night and kidnap Lilith to negotiate with the Dawn organization in an attempt to obtain the Dawn star pattern, was the second in command of the Dawn organization's development bureau. When he was still in the Dawn organization, Edward strongly advocated the development of external skeletal attire that subverted the knowledge of the past, but he could not get the understanding and recognition of those around him. Lilith picked up a cup of milk tea and drank it little by little. The reason is very simple. Because the concept proposed by Edward is fundamentally different from the Dawn organization's research on the power of the soul. How could it be understood and recognized by others? Noah nodded. The final product of Edward's research on external skeletal attire, equipment steel. It was like a piece of equipment, worn on the body, and through the strengthening of the equipment, it would increase the strength of the person. Although the Dawn star pattern was a nanomachine, it could also be regarded as a piece of equipment worn on the body. However, its root was to draw out the power of the soul, so that the owner's body, spirit, and other aspects could be improved. The two, one focused on external, one focused on internal, and there was no place for them to meet. So, 12 years ago, Edward suddenly disappeared, and since then, his whereabouts have been unknown. Lilith took a sip of milk tea and continued. The second in command of the organization disappeared, and even the information that was still in research and had already been developed were all deleted by him. This caused a lot of chaos in the Dawn organization at that time, and it also brought a lot of trouble. But now, it seems that the trouble this old man brought was bigger than expected. Noah also laughed bitterly. Because of the difference in ideology, they parted ways. Noah had seen this kind of situation many times in the world of The Dark Bullet. Not to mention other things, Sheng Tianzi and Chiwu Zhongshuan were fundamentally different in ideology, which caused the two people to be destined to walk two paths that were absolutely impossible to cross, and also impossible to walk together. Indeed, as you said, in addition to the surpassers and God's destroyer, there are other existences in this world that can surpass human beings. Lilith put down the cup of milk tea in her hand and looked directly at Noah. Because, in addition to the Blaze Diabolica, who created the surpassers, and the Equipment Smith, who created the God's destroyer, in this world, there are 5 other people who are researching the power that surpasses human beings. 7 luminaries, reign. Lilith spat out this unknown title. That is the title of the researchers with the Absolute Duo as the core. Blaze Diabolica and Equipment Smith are 2 of them. After that, Lilith took a deep breath and sighed again. Now, the person who is about to bring us trouble is such a person. Noah, who quietly slipped out of Lilith's room, walked in the corridor back to his room and fell into deep thought. 7 luminaries, reign. I'm afraid that's the real source of the mystery that brought unknown to this world. Knowing this, Noah's last doubts about this world dissipated. To be honest, Noah was quite interested in what kind of power the other members of the 7 luminaries, reign, possessed that could surpass human beings. However, as members of the 7 luminaries, reign, the power that the 99 lunar knights and Edward had mastered could not bring him any improvement, then presumably, the other members of the 7 luminaries, reign, should be the same, right? Besides, Noah did not have time to continue to explore the power of the other 7 luminaries, reign. Turning his head, looking out the window, looking at the gradually darkening sky, Noah whispered softly. After all, after getting the world fragment, I have to leave. Chapter 262. Walla Dash. The sound of water echoed in the quiet space filled with mist. In the spacious bathtub, Julie's long silver hair stuck to her smooth skin. Her body was soaking in the water. She squinted her eyes, and her emotionless delicate face entered an extremely relaxed state. She even exhaled contentedly. So comfortable, isn't it? Ivan leaned against the side of the bathtub. Even under the cover of the mist and ripples, his beautiful figure still faintly showed his beautiful side. He looked at Julie, who had a comfortable expression on her face, and narrowed his eyes in pleasure. As expected of the luxurious hotel chosen by the Dawn organization. It's unfair that such a large bathtub is only used by those celebrities. After being led to the prearranged room by the attendants would inform the celebrities who came to participate in the appreciation party of the existence of the bathtub. As the hotel's most famous bathtub, the celebrities who came to participate in the appreciation party today and tomorrow had the opportunity to enjoy themselves in this large bathtub. Of course, it was only limited to those with noble status. As for the maids, Ivanli, Julie, Tachibana, Enya, the 4 of them were not allowed to enter the bathtub. Therefore, the group of girls all snuck in. Under Ivanli's instigation. Including Tachibana Enya. Tachibana tied her long black hair into a ponytail and soaked in the bathtub, not to be outdone, showing off her delicate body that was not inferior to Ivanli's. Her white skin was covered with water droplets, and half of her body was submerged in the water. She couldn't help but let out a satisfied sound. However, very quickly, Tachibana's face was filled with worry. But, is it okay if we just come in? Yes. Ya hugged her body, curled up, and stayed in the corner of the bathtub. She said uneasily. Isn't it only the celebrities who can come in? Can't we come in? Don't worry, don't worry. Ivanli smiled at Tachibana Enya. Before coming, I already asked the attendants. During this time, the celebrities are in their rooms choosing the dresses they need for the ball tonight. At least, no one will come here for at least an hour. The hair on Julie's head shook. Can we monopolize this bathtub? That's right, that's right. Ivan nodded and said regretfully. Although it's only an hour. I think it's better for us to get out of here as soon as possible. Orange Bar, who was the most composed, shook his head. Maybe there will be maids and bodyguards who sneak in like us. This. Ivan didn't seem to have thought of this, and he began to stammer. There shouldn't be, right? You're not even sure yourself, are you? Orange Bar glared at Ivanli and grew nervous. It can't be that a boy will suddenly barge in, right? As soon as he said this, the entire bath fell into an indescribable silence. Because this was entirely possible. There was only one luxurious bath in the entire hotel. Therefore, the hotel staff would specify which time period was for the men to use and which time was for the women to use. The time period where Ivanli, Julie, Tachibana, and Yawarin had not been arranged. If there was any arrangement, it would be the not available time period. If there was someone like Ivanli, Julie, Tachibana, and Ya who wanted to sneak in to enjoy themselves, it was entirely possible that it was a boy. At this moment, the group of 4 girls began to feel uneasy. We should hurry up. Ivanli said with a smile. We still have work to do later. Julie was the first to nod. Looking at her blushing face, she was definitely worried that her delicate body would be seen by the opposite sex. That's right. Tachibana immediately rubbed her body with her face flushed red, as if a boy would barge in if she washed too slowly. Everyone, hurry up. Hurry up. Ya didn't say anything, and only nodded vigorously. In order to wash her body, Ya finally let go of the hands that had been protecting her body. As soon as she let go, Yago, who had the best figure among the girls, was seen by all of the girls. Looking at Suego who was hiding in the corner, Ivanli, Julie, and Tachibana all fell silent. Ya's face was completely red, and she hurriedly extended her hands to protect her body again. She pressed her body into the water, and even half of her face was soaked in the water, blowing bubbles. The silence lasted for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, Julie, who was staring at Ya's chest with her deep red eyes, said innocently. Ya's are really big, they look fine. Jolie-chan. Ya blushed and bashfully soaked her face in the water. Ivanli and Tachibana looked at each other, and finally put on a fake smile. Let's hurry up and wash. Yeah, hurry up and wash. With that said, Ivan and Tachibana began to wash their bodies stiffly. At this moment, a voice sounded outside the bathtub. This is the bathtub that the waiter mentioned, right? The group of girls, including Julie, all sucked in a cold breath. After returning to the room, Noah didn't see Ivanli, Julie, Tachibana, and Ya, which made Noah a bit distressed. Ninefold Turyu and Oki Hokusaki, who disguised themselves as bodyguards, needed to patrol the surrounding area with the other celebrities' bodyguards. And the group of girls who came with Noah as maids needed to help their nominal master, namely Noah, pick out the costumes for the evening ball. However, Noah only left for a while to go to Lilith's room, and when he returned, the girls were gone. Were they ordered to take care of the tomb guards in the Dawn organization at the last minute? Noah, who couldn't choose a costume and didn't believe in his own eyes, could only walk out of the room gloomily. Forget it, I'll go take a bath first. The waiters were full of praise for the hotel's bathtub. Since the girls weren't there, Noah simply went to enjoy the big bathtub, which was also good. Presumably, as long as he told the waiters in the hotel would open the unoccupied bathtub for Noah alone. This was the so-called benefit of being a celebrity. Being able to enjoy privileges that ordinary people didn't have. Even if one person used the bathtub, it would be too big. And indeed, Noah obtained the right to use the bathtub just by telling the waiters. Looking at the huge space in front of him that seemed to be built with marble, and the endless hot water flowing from the wolf-shaped carvings carved on the pillars, filling the whole space with steam, Noah's mood suddenly became better. Without hesitation, Noah quickly took off his clothes and soaked in the bathtub. The temperature of the water wasn't high, and it was controlled just right, so Noah's cold skin quickly warmed up. Phew! Soaking in the bathtub, Noah breathed a sigh of relief, closed his eyes, and his heart became active. The shattered feather, defined by the Dawn organization. That was the purpose of Noah coming to this world. As long as he obtained the world fragment, named Shattered Feather, Noah's fundamental purpose of coming to this world would be achieved. Now, the world fragment was in this hotel that was as big as a building. And in order to not have a conflict with Ivan, Julie, Lilith, Tachaba, and Yu, who stood on the side of the Dawn organization, Noah must obtain the world fragment without exposing his identity. Unfortunately, this world probably wouldn't give Noah any more hints regarding the world fragment. Because the world had no way to interfere with the world. At this time when Noah was closest to the world fragment, the world had no way to give Noah any hints. Therefore, Noah had to find the location of the world fragment by himself. As he thought about it, Noah came to a decision. Let's try to find it in the hotel tonight. After making such a decision, Noah began to plan for the night's action. Pop! Suddenly, beside the bathtub, a somewhat loud sound of water echoed. Noah, who was thinking about the action at night, froze, frowned, turned his head, and looked in the direction of the sound. Chapter 263. Bo 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 bo. Noah turned his gaze to the source of the sound and saw that behind a thick stone pillar, the water's surface was bubbling with a loud, splash sound. Bubbling? Noah's face showed a suspicious look. Is the bathtub broken? If Noah had unleashed his superb sensing ability, he definitely wouldn't have thought so. Unfortunately, under the situation where he didn't sense any danger, hostility, or abnormality, Noah wouldn't activate his sensing ability immediately. It was also because he didn't sense any danger, hostility, or abnormality that Noah suspected that the bathtub was broken. Thus, Noah stood up from the bathtub and walked over. Because of the shadow near the pillar, Noah couldn't see very clearly. However, the water behind the pillar was bubbling more and more intensely. Noah could still see it clearly. Noah, who thought that the bathtub was broken, stretched out his hand towards the bubbling water, and reached into the water, trying to touch the broken part. Pew! In the next second, Noah's palm seemed to have grabbed something. Bo 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 bo. In an instant, the bubbles on the water became more lively. What is this? Noah was slightly stunned. The water in front of Noah also kept bubbling, and it became more and more intense. At this time, Noah's expression began to stiffen, and his face also broke out in a cold sweat. Voila! Just at the moment when Noah woke up, under the crazily bubbling water in front of him, two heads finally popped out. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him and the scene that was imprinted in his eyes, Noah was petrified. In front of Noah, Ivania and Nya, whose hair was tied up, were completely naked. Their pretty faces were flushed, and while they were gasping for fresh air, their eyes and faces gradually revealed an expression of shame and anger. The air froze. Still not stopping. Yeah. Wah 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 wah. In the huge bathtub, Ivania's shameful screams and Ya's extremely shy screams sounded at the same time. By the way, the weird screams came from Orange Bar, who popped out of the water behind Ivania and Ya. What a pervert. Big pervert. Don't you have the most basic sense of shame as a human? In a luxurious room in the hotel, Ivania and Orange Bar, who were wearing maid uniforms again, glared at Noah, who was sitting on the sofa. Their faces were full of indignation, and spat out insults without offensive power or novelty, which made Noah's face was full of helplessness, and his face was full of bitterness. Julie and Ya were both changed faces, but they was not as indignant as Ivania and Orange. Julie's pretty face was slightly flushed. Clearly, even though she often slept naked next to Noah like Lilith, it didn't mean that this emotionless girl wasn't shy. After Ya came back from the bathroom, she used her hands to cover her body that couldn't be completely covered. Tears hung from the corners of her eyes, and her pretty face was completely red. From time to time, she would secretly peek at Noah, and the more she peeked, the redder her face became. Looking at Ivania and Orange Bar, who were angrily lecturing him, Noah could only raise his hands in surrender. Didn't I say that I didn't do it on purpose? Even if you didn't do it on purpose, it's a fact that you saw our bodies. Orange Bar, who wasn't good at dealing with this kind of thing between the opposite sex, kept blushing, and was even a little flustered. No matter what. You have to be careful. I'm starting to wonder if you did it on purpose. Ivania poked Noah's cheek and said. Speaking of which, when we first entered the school and formed the temporary double-tripping blade, you saw my body naked in the dorm. You even occupied the right to sleep with my Julie and became the official double-tripping blade, with a super beautiful girl like Lilith, and we slept together every night. That's too much. What? Orange Bar turned pale with fright and shouted at Noah. You're shameless. Wait. Noah widened his eyes and said to Ivania in shock. Forget about the first part, but the later part with Lilith doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? What do you mean it doesn't have anything to do with me? Ivania first stuck out his tongue and then said in a serious tone. As a friend, I can't watch you go down a path of no return. Then I'm sorry, I still have some self-control in this aspect. Noah's mouth twitched, and he narrowed his eyes and looked at Ivania in annoyance. Speaking of which, on the night when we first entered the school, in the dorm, if you didn't run out of the bathroom by yourself and didn't grab Julie, then I wouldn't have seen everything, right? Ivania was speechless. Noah looked at Julie, Orange Bar, and Ya separately, and his tone became even more annoyed. This time, it seems like you all sneaked into the big bathtub and became like that, right? This time, even Julie, Orange Bar, and Ya were speechless. Strictly speaking, they were taken advantage of and seen naked. It could only be said that Ivania, Julie, Orange Bar, and Ya deserved it. After all, not only did the four of them sneak into the bathtub, but after hearing Noah's voice, they actually foolishly chose to hide in the water. As a result, the four of them were seen naked by Noah, and Ivania and Ya's breasts were played with. At that time, if the four of them made a slight noise, Noah would still be outside the bathtub and wouldn't have gone in, and the rest wouldn't have happened. Of course, it couldn't be said that Noah wasn't wrong. No, it should be said that Noah was also at fault. After all, Noah had a sensing ability that was almost like a radar, able to scan everything within a very wide range. Although this sensing ability couldn't allow Noah to see everything clearly within the range of the sensing ability, it could almost detect the shapes and auras of all kinds of existences. For example, if there was a rock within the range of the sensing ability would give Noah feedback of the rock's outline and information. Even if there was no way to see it, Noah would still know what it was. Another example was if a person appeared within Noah's sensing range, Noah would be able to detect the other party's aura, presence, and even location. This function was indeed like a radar scanning. Even if he couldn't know the specific appearance, he could roughly know the other party's location and outline, and determine what the existence was. Therefore, if Noah could activate his sensing ability when he saw the bubbles and detect the auras of the group of girls, he could have avoided everything on the spot. However, regarding the sensing ability, not to mention the fact that the girls didn't know about it, even if they knew, they couldn't blame Noah. Therefore, it was indeed a self-inflicted wound. No matter what, you're the one who's taking advantage of me. Ivanli could only use the girl's unreasonable manner. You have to forget everything that happened in the bathtub. After being reminded by Ivanli, Noah reflexively recalled the beautiful scene he saw in the bathtub. Ivanli's slender and beautiful body that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Julie's tender and fair body. Orange Bar was full of charm, with a curvaceous figure. As well as Ya's pair of perfect figures that no one could ignore. Then, Noah discovered it. He had a good relationship with himself and had always been more active around him. He had actually seen the bodies of Ivanli, Julie, Lilith, Orange Bar, and Ya. When he was young, he had also seen the bodies of Mira and Lisanna. In another world, he had also seen Mugen's delicate body. Could it be that he had another kind of physique that was destined to see the bodies of the opposite sex that he had a good relationship with? Unfortunately, Elisha had a good relationship with him, and the Holy Son of Heaven had even revealed his admiration for him. These two girls, why hadn't he seen their bodies? At the same time that this thought appeared in his mind, Noah didn't know what he was feeling right now. Regret? Speechlessness? Or was it both? Chapter 264. Even at night, the hotel was still brightly lit. However, this brightly lit situation did not occur on the top floors of the hotel. This was because on one of the floors, the shattered feather that was going to appear in tomorrow's auction was placed there. In the dimly lit floor, every corridor was filled with the echoes of footsteps. Those were the footsteps of the surpassers, who were wearing the special guard uniform of the Mausoleum Guardians of the Dawn organization's Way-in unit, patrolling the area. In the dim corridors that looked like giant beasts, almost every corridor was patrolled by the Guardians of the Dawn organization. After graduating from the academy, all of them were rank 3 surpassers. Moreover, there would definitely be rank 4 surpassers. However, rank 4 surpassers were different from rank 3 surpassers. The combat strength of a level 4 warrior who had unlocked the true power of Blaze was not something a level 3 warrior could compare to. Therefore, among the Tomb Guardians who were at least rank 3 surpassers, rank 4 surpassers were usually dispatched as team leaders and would not participate in the patrols. In a dark corner of a dimly lit corridor, Noah's back was against the wall. He tilted his head and calmly observed the patrolling teams. His deep black pupils slightly flickered. At this time, Noah was wearing a deep black shirt and trousers. On the outside, he was also wearing a black hooded jacket. The hood of the jacket was pulled up and placed on his head, covering everything above his nose. He perfectly blended in with the surrounding darkness. It was believed that even if Ivanli, Julie, Lilith, and other girls who were very familiar with Noah were here, they would not be able to recognize Noah. Not to mention, the group of girls were not here, they were at the ball. In order to avoid spending time with the group of girls, Noah purposely chose this time when the ball was about to start. He found an excuse to escape the ball at night and sneak into the upper floor of the hotel. Because he still needed to take care of the Tomb Guardians, Ivanli, Julie, Tachibana, and Ya were all in the ballroom. Kyuja and Oki were also the same. After successfully escaping, Noah changed into a set of clothes that would allow him to easily hide his identity and sneak into the upper floor of the hotel. The security here was extremely tight. In addition to the Tomb Guardians who were wearing police uniforms and patrolling the corridors, Noah could also occasionally rely on his sensing ability to detect some hidden defensive systems in the corridors that could not be seen with the naked eye. For example, pinhole surveillance cameras. Another example was the red lines that could only be seen by Noah's sensing ability. Infrared rays? Noah closed his eyes as he sensed the corridors. He sneered in his heart. Unfortunately, this will make it easier for me to find them. Noah did not doubt that the Dawn organization had the ability to install infrared rays in a hotel. However, it was impossible for the Dawn organization to fill every place with infrared rays. Otherwise, there would be no need for patrols. Therefore, the infrared rays played the role of a road sign. After all, the infrared rays must be placed on the correct path to the broken feather. Then, the words of the 2 patrolling Tomb Guardians confirmed Noah's guess. It's really boring, why are we assigned to patrol the periphery? There's nothing we can do about it. Who told us to not be strong enough? Look at those rank 4 seniors. They can be on guard inside the infrared rays, and they only need to guard one place. They don't need to be like us, going around in circles. Yeah, it would be great if we could be promoted to rank 4, become a captain, give orders, and don't even need to patrol and guard. It's not that easy, rank 4 has a lot of mental requirements, but the physical requirements are relatively small. I don't even know how to train my mental strength. That's right. Noah, who was hiding in the corner, easily heard these words. He looked at the direction where the infrared rays were more concentrated. This is just the periphery. The closer to the infrared rays, the closer to the broken feather. However, the closer I get to the location of the shattered feather, the tighter the security will be, and the tomb guardians there will definitely be stronger as well. There might even be level 4 or level V. Even if I can rely on my sensing ability to avoid the infrared rays, I still have to be careful not to be discovered. Immediately, Noah sneaked into the darkness, and when the patrolling tomb guardians turned the corner, his figure suddenly flew out. Whoosh! Like a ghostly shadow, Noah instantly flashed into the dim corridor. As if he had a pair of eyes in the sky, he nimbly twisted his body a few times, avoiding the infrared rays one by one, and swept into the infrared rays. The whole process took less than a second. The patrolling tomb guardians didn't notice at all. In this way, Noah specially drilled into the places with infrared rays. While turning a blind eye to all the infrared rays, he also paid attention to the pinhole cameras hidden in places that others could not see. As Noah moved forward, the infrared rays became more and more concentrated, the patrolling personnel also increased, and the security became more and more strict. A burst of rhythmic footsteps came. One by one, the tomb guardians with stern eyes patrolled back and forth in the corridor. With his sensing ability, Noah easily judged the strength of these tomb guardians from their aura. Although they are still rank 3, these are the elites of rank 3. The rank 3 patrolling the periphery is much weaker than them. Noah thought. This also proves that I'm getting closer and closer to the world fragment. With his sensing ability, no one's position could be hidden from Noah. Therefore, Noah was able to accurately choose a clever place to hide, and easily avoid the sight of the patrolling tomb guardians. Soon, Noah came to a corner. Looking through the wall, Noah could clearly see what was in front of him. At the end of the corridor, there was a door. On both sides of the door, 2 tomb guardians stood there like guards, not moving at all. It's there. Noah's eyes lit up while hiding in the corner. The world fragment must be there. But, how do I get there? Noah was distressed. Those 2 tomb protectors are guarding the entrance. How can I sneak in? Don't tell me that I have to resort to violence. This was also an option. He didn't need to kill the tomb guardians guarding the world fragment. As long as he stunned them or shot them with his revolver, it would be fine. In any case, if the blaze didn't have killing intent, it wouldn't cause any physical harm. It would only cause a mental and spiritual impact, so Noah didn't need to be afraid. With this thought in mind, Noah deliberately suppressed the light and flames of the star pattern that appeared when the blaze materialized his revolver. This technique of eliminating the phenomenon caused by the materialization of blaze was something that Noah had figured out while he was secretly training his limit ability so that he wouldn't be like the last time when he was facing the zucchini hare, where he couldn't unseal the power of limit in time at the critical moment. Originally, this technique was useless, but who knew that it would come in handy at this time? After playing with the gun for a while, Noah raised the revolver in his hand and used his jacket to cover the body of the gun in his hand. Bang bang. Ugh. Ah. After the 2 gunshots were muffled by the jackets, 2 muffled sounds could be heard. Bang! In the sound of the 2 tomb guardians falling to the ground, one after the other, they were paralyzed on the ground. It was likely that they wouldn't wake up for at least 1 or 2 hours. Almost at the same time, Noah walked out of the corner, and in a flash, he arrived at the door. Pa! With a light sound, the door opened and closed, and Noah entered the door. Chapter 265. This was an extremely spacious room. It was like a research facility. The ground was made of stone bricks that were as cold as steel. The walls were the same. Even the ground seemed to have electric wiring. From time to time, flashes of lightning would appear, giving people the illusion that they had entered a research facility. Noah activated his sensing ability and scanned the room. He found that there were no pinhole cameras or infrared rays. There were only glass cabinets with items placed in them. The glass cabinets were filled with valuable items that were worth collecting. Those were the items that were prepared to be gifted to the celebrities who came to participate in the appreciation convention. It would be too much to say that every item here was priceless, but it was not something that could be casually bought from a roadside stall. It was enough to enter the eyes of those celebrities. Therefore, if all the items here were to be sold, then it would definitely be enough for a normal person to spend the rest of their life lavishly. It was believed that in this country, only the Dawn organization, which was equivalent to the country's underground organization, had the ability to spend such a large amount of money and extravagantly give away the items here. Unfortunately, Noah did not even look at these items that could be considered valuable, but as if his mind was enlightened, he raised his eyes and looked at the front. In the innermost part of the spacious room, there was a copper platform placed alone. On top of the copper platform, there was a square glass cabinet the size of a soccer ball placed on top of it. Inside the football-sized cube glass cabinet, a crystal ball lay quietly inside. Inside, there was a feather that seemed to have been cut off at the root, with only half of it remaining. The feather released a weak white light. Ding! Just as Noah raised his eyes and looked at the world fragment, the white light on the world fragment skyrocketed, as if it had sensed Noah's arrival. At the same time, it released a dazzling white light, and at the same time, it trembled and made a light crisp sound. Just like those feathers in the world fragment, the white light of the world fragment was filled with emotions that only Noah could feel. Joy. Feeling the emotions of the world fragment, Noah's calm heart also surged with a trace of excitement. For Noah, who was extremely adept at controlling his emotions, other than the world and the world fragment, there were very few factors that could so easily stir up his emotions. However, this was not a bad thing. Although he didn't know why, Noah only needed to know that these emotions came from the bottom of his heart, and that was enough. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Noah took a deep breath and lifted his foot. Whoo! Just as Noah was about to step forward and collect the world fragment, a gust of wind suddenly sounded. A long whip-like shadow cut through the darkness of the vast room, slicing through the atmosphere. Against the howling wind, it viciously whipped towards Noah's direction. However, before the sound of the wind could be heard, Noah's sensing ability had already been triggered. The moment he stopped in his tracks, his figure was like a shadow as he retreated rapidly. Pang! The whip-like shadow heavily fell on the position where Noah was a second ago. With a muffled sound, it directly smashed the ground there. When Noah, who had retreated rapidly, saw the true face of the whip shadow, his eyes hidden under the hood congealed. Ka 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 ka. The cold blades that were connected together like the scales of a snake drew an arc in the air. Amidst a series of mechanical sounds, they combined together one after another and returned to the hands of the owner who held the hilt. That was a snake belly sword. The owner holding the snake belly sword was naturally Moonlit Glass Rabbit, who was wearing a mixture of a maid's uniform and a bunny girl's uniform. She wore rabbit ears on her head and had a sadistic smile on her face. Ha! I didn't think that there would be someone who could sneak into this place without alerting the tomb guardians. Standing on a counter and looking down at Noah, Eugenli too laughed out loud. His laughter was extremely wild. Hey! Who are you? Noah didn't speak. He buried his face in the hood of the jacket he was wearing. With the cover of the surrounding darkness and the hood, he hid his true identity. Noah knew that in the place closest to the world fragment, the Dawn organization shouldn't really only arrange 2 guards at the door. There must be other precautions inside. However, Noah didn't expect that this precaution was actually Moonlit Glass Rabbit. Keep silent. Seeing Noah standing in the same place without making a sound and not running away because he was discovered, Moonlit Glass Rabbit raised her eyebrows and the corner of her mouth hooked up in an interesting arc. Well, it doesn't matter. After I take you down, I'll see enough for myself. After saying that, Moonlit Glass Rabbit's figure turned into a stream of light. Holding the snake belly sword in her hand, before she arrived in front of Noah, the snake belly sword in her hand blew up the air and heavily chopped towards Noah. With this chop, wherever the snake belly sword passed, the air seemed to be directly shattered and annihilated. The snake belly sword carried a huge amount of pressure and mercilessly fell towards Noah's body. Looking at the snake belly sword that suddenly chopped towards him as if it didn't want to take him down, but rather kill him, and the arrogant smile on Moonlit Glass Rabbit's face, Noah completely calmed down. Moonlit Glass Rabbit was a level V level surpasser. With the power of Moonlit Glass Rabbit's snake belly sword, a normal, level 4, even if it was a level 4, without 4 or 5 people attacking together, it was impossible for them to be Moonlit Glass Rabbit's opponent. However, Noah had already defeated Moonlit Glass Rabbit once when he was a level 1. Although he relied on the power of Annihilation Strike and Leap to win against Moonlit Glass Rabbit's carelessness, Noah was no longer the level 1 from before. Without releasing the power of Limit, Noah was a level 4 level surpasser. Now, even if it was a direct confrontation, Noah was not afraid of Moonlit Glass Rabbit at all. However, it was not to the point of fighting Moonlit Glass Rabbit empty-handed. If he wanted to defeat Moonlit Glass Rabbit cleanly, he either had to release the power of Limit or use the blaze. If he used the revolver, Noah's deliberately hidden identity would be exposed. Therefore, if he didn't want to expose his identity and wanted to retrieve the world fragment, the wisest thing to do was to release the power of Limit. If Moonlit Glass Rabbit directly issued an alarm and called all the tomb protectors in the hotel over, Noah would definitely do so. However, when Noah used his sensing ability to scan the surroundings and found that Moonlit Glass Rabbit had no intention of calling anyone, Noah's mind suddenly became active. He wanted to test his own power. He wanted to test the power of his other blaze. Driven by this thought, Noah stretched out his hand and pressed it on his chest. When the bright star pattern appeared on Noah's chest, Moonlit Glass Rabbit's pupils suddenly shrank. Blaze! Amidst the heavy call, a pale blue flame burst out from Noah's body. In the next moment, within the blue flame, a completely black sword with white patterns on the sword fell into Noah's hand. Knight's Sword. At the moment of imminent peril, the knight's sword and the snake belly sword were raised and slashed, each containing a ferocious force as they collided together. Clang! The sound of steel colliding with steel rang out. A burst of violent shockwaves swept out, blowing in all directions. Noah, who was holding the knight's sword, and Moonlit Glass Rabbit, who was holding the snake belly sword, were both pushed back by the force of the collision. Both of their feet fiercely stomped on the ground, and with a dang-dang sound, both of them were pushed back. After putting some distance between them, the two of them forcibly stopped their bodies at the same time and came to a standstill. Facing each other from a distance, Noah, whose face was covered by a hoodie, had a calm expression on his face. Moonlit Glass Rabbit, on the other hand, tightened his grip on the snake belly sword. The arrogant smile on his face disappeared as he stared at Noah with a gloomy expression. Who are you? Chapter 266. Who are you? Jianli Rabbit, who no longer had her usual arrogance, gripped the snake belly sword tightly with a gloomy face. When she realized that the intruder, whose face was hidden under the hood, raised the knight's sword in his hand and pointed it at her without any intention of answering her question, Jianli Rabbit's face turned even uglier. When did a traitor like you appear in the Dawn organization? Yes. A traitor. Now, Noah was undoubtedly betraying the Dawn organization. Because only a surpasser could use the blaze. And only the Dawn organization could create a surpasser. As the result of the Dawn organization's research, now, a surpasser, who hid his identity, and a rank 4 surpasser, stood opposite her and tried to make a move on the Dawn organization's things. It was easy to imagine how bad Jianli Rabbit's mood was. However, Jianli Rabbit was also very confused. A rank 4 surpasser, who could release the true power of the blaze, betrayed her. She and the Dawn organization did not receive any news at all, which proved that the other party was still hiding in the Dawn organization. However, whether it was in the academy or in the organization, Eugenly Rabbit had never heard of anyone's Blaze being the Knight's Sword in front of her. What was going on here? Eugenly Rabbit would never have thought that the intruder in front of her was the one who had defeated her, and was her student, Noah. Noah's Blaze had long been recognized as a revolver. Therefore, using the Knight's Sword, Blaze, would not only not expose Noah's identity, it would also create a better concealment effect. As for the possibility of someone having two Blaze, that was a thought that no one would have. Blaze was a materialized soul. And a person's soul only had one. If that was the case, how could they turn into two completely different Blaze fangs? Therefore, no one would suspect Noah. This made Noah's mouth, which was only exposed outside of the hood, curl up, and he raised the Knight's Sword high above his head. Bang! The Knight's Sword that was held high above Noah's head suddenly burst into a ball of blue flame, burning fiercely. Then, Noah called out that name. He called out the name of the true power hidden in the Knight's Sword, Blaze. Wanton Plunder. Black Tea King. The blazing flames on the blade of the Knight's Sword suddenly stagnated. With a curl, the flames retracted into the blade of the Knight's Sword. Everything returned to normal. However, not only did Eugenly not laugh and mock her opponent like before, she became vigilant instead. The opponent had already unleashed the true power of Blaze. After unleashing the power, there were no abnormalities, so anyone would become vigilant. And the moment this vigilance appeared in Eugenly's heart, as if Noah didn't want Eugenly to react, he turned his body, turned into a shadow, and flashed towards Eugenly like a ghost. Almost at the same time, Eugenly focused and waved the snake belly sword in her hand without hesitation. It brought with it a sharp and oppressive wind as it fiercely chopped down. Ding! The snake belly sword that was as heavy as a mountain cut through the air, and the Knight's Sword that had strangely appeared in front of her with a ferocious force. It suddenly collided with the Knight's Sword that was also ruthlessly chopping down at her, causing the space to explode with a light and crisp sound. The sound was light. But the attack was the most violent kind. Around the Knight's Sword and the snake belly sword that had collided, ripples of energy quickly spread out, causing the atmosphere to be disturbed. Ding 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 ding. Immediately, the ripples of energy continuously reverberated, and at the center of the energy ripples, a series of crisp collision sounds rang out one after another. That was the sound of the Knight's Sword and the snake belly sword crazily chopping at each other. Staring at Eugenly Rabbit, who had an unusually heavy expression in front of him, Noah's feet stomped on the ground as if he wanted to stomp on it. Amidst the stomping sounds, he constantly closed in on Eugenly Rabbit. The Knight's Sword in his hand was like a gust of wind as it continuously chopped down. Ding 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 ding. Eugenly, who was still wary of Noah, had no choice but to passively block the heavy, snake belly sword. She blocked Noah's slashes one by one, causing the snake belly sword to ignite circles of sparks. Holding the Knight's Sword with both hands, Noah waved his hand, and the Knight's Sword in his hand directly cut through the air, furiously chopping down towards Eugenly Rabbit's head. This attack didn't have the slightest bit of fancy. It only had a surging and terrifying power. And under the pressure of this power, all the air within half a meter of the Knight's Sword was compressed and escaped in all directions, causing a vacuum to form when the Knight's Sword was swung down. TCH. Looking at the Knight's Sword that was rapidly enlarging in her eyes, Eugenly Rabbit held the snake belly sword tightly, and immediately, fiercely swung the sword at Noah across the air. Dong! With a swing of the sword, the space in front of Eugenly Rabbit actually shook as if it had exploded, making a muffled sound. Immediately after, this heavy blow immediately turned into an invisible impact, and with a sharp sound that resounded throughout the vast room, it violently shot out and collided with the Knight's Sword in Noah's hand. Bang! The Knight's Sword suddenly collided with the invisible impact when it was half a meter away from Eugenly Rabbit's head. The force transmitted from the sword shook the body of the sword, causing the knight's sword to become sluggish. However, in this situation, Noah didn't retreat, but instead advanced. His body turned into a black line, and he took advantage of the situation to enter Yu Jianli Rabbit's side, and his right hand suddenly clenched. Who? With an extremely strong force rapidly condensing on Noah's fist, Noah's body twisted, and his fist was like a cannonball, rubbing against the air, and in the heavy sound of the wind, it directly smashed towards Yu Jianli Rabbit's chest. Yu Jianli Rabbit was shocked. There was no way for her not to be shocked. Yu Jianli Rabbit, who had been on guard against the true power of the blaze that Noah released earlier, put all of her attention on Noah's knight's sword. How could she have thought that Noah would suddenly swing his fist at her like this? Feeling the strong wind coming from the opponent's fist, Yu Jianli Rabbit only had time to raise the snake belly sword in her hand and block in front of her body before the cannonball-like fist came crashing down. Bang! The fist that carried the terrifying force smashed onto the ferocious snake belly sword. Dong! An astonishing force turned into an impact, and like a tide, it rapidly surged out, and through the snake belly sword, in Yu Jianli Rabbit's hand, it exploded like a bomb on Yu Jianli Rabbit's snake belly sword. Ha! Yu Jianli Rabbit, who had firmly endured the force from the snake belly sword with her body, let out a muffled groan. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through her eyes, and with a shout, she actually also raised a fist, and heavily smashed onto her own snake belly sword. Bang! This time, it was Yu Jianli Rabbit's turn to turn the force from her fist into an impact. It contracted on the snake belly sword, and immediately after, it suddenly bulged, and burst out in an earth-shattering manner. And the one who bore the brunt of it, naturally, was Noah, who was still holding his fist against the snake belly sword. Pa! Along with the explosive force from the other end of the snake belly sword, it attached itself to Noah's arm like a poisonous snake. A strange slapping sound came from Noah's arm, and he was directly shaken off by this force. After retreating a few steps, that force was finally removed. Who? Seeing Noah being shaken off, Yu Jianli Rabbit's gaze turned ruthless, and she raised the snake belly sword high above her head. Bite him to death. Crazy snake who? As she spoke, a scorching blue flame suddenly ignited from the snake belly sword in Yu Jianli Rabbit's hand. Finally, Yu Jianli Rabbit had also released the true power of her blaze. Seeing that Yu Jianli Rabbit had begun to release the true power of her blaze, Noah's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Chapter 267. Pang! The body of the snake belly sword that was raised above Yu Jianli's head suddenly exploded, turning into sharp blades. With a spin, it soared into the sky like a twisting poisonous snake, forming a ring and rapidly spinning. The air slightly vibrated. A sword ring with a diameter of more than 3 meters let out a sharp buzzing sound and crazily spun. The true power of the blaze burned on the sword ring, causing the crazily spinning sword ring to turn into a dark blue halo that emitted an aura of death. That was a halo that was truly linked to death. As long as one was slightly grazed by this dark blue halo called the wild snake ring, it would definitely result in one's flesh being torn apart. Yu Jianli Rabbit raised the snake belly sword that only had the sword hilt left. The wild snake ring, floating above her head, spun while shaking the atmosphere, creating a gust of wind that blew up Yu Jianli Rabbit's bangs, causing Yu Jianli Rabbit's cold eyes to be exposed in the air. I originally wanted to capture you alive, but your abilities are not small. Don't blame me for using my full strength, but don't die too quickly, intruder. After saying that, Yu Jianli Rabbit did not even give Noah a chance to reply. The snake belly sword that was raised above her head suddenly swung down and swung down. Go for me. Wild snake ring. Rubbing against the atmosphere and letting out a sharp buzzing sound, the dark blue sword ring immediately fell from the sky. It cut through the air, cutting through the wind, and mixed with the blazing blue flames. Like a meteor, it pulled a long tail of light and violently shot in the direction of Noah. Looking at the dark blue sword ring that was slicing towards him at an extremely fast speed, Noah suddenly raised his head and his eyes shone brightly. Pang! In the midst of an explosion, the knight's sword, in Noah's hand once again burned with blue flames. Like a ray of light, it rapidly expanded. Let's go too. Black Tea King. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah tightened his body and raised the blazing knight's sword in his hand. His body shot out like a meteor. Instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet the crazy blue sword ring. Buzz! The blue sword ring that represented death was still spinning, rubbing against the atmosphere and emitting a sharp buzzing sound. As the dark blue sword ring approached, the surrounding airflow was also disrupted. Under the friction of the dark blue sword ring, it seemed to have transformed into numerous invisible blades that flew in all directions. Facing the blue sword ring that gradually enlarged in Noah's eyes and released an astonishing momentum, Noah only made a single movement. Stab! The knight's sword, which was burning with blue flames in front of him, seemed to have turned into a ray of blue light. Like a bolt of lightning, it violently pierced through the air. With a sound of breaking through the air, it ruthlessly pierced through the rotating mad snake ring. When the knight's sword and the mad snake ring came into contact, the entire space became silent. Bang! Immediately after, the blue flames on the knight's sword and the mad snake ring sword exploding in all directions. The blue flames brought along strong gales and shockwaves. In a short instant, they attacked the entire spacious room, wreaking havoc like a storm. Kacha kacha! The floor that seemed to be made of steel cracked inch by inch, like a spider web. Kacha kacha! Around the vast room, the glass cabinets that protected the precious collections also cracked under the gust of wind and waves. Yu Jianli Rabbit, who was holding the hilt of the snake belly sword, used one hand to block in front of her. Her eyes stared at the center of the sea of flames in front of her. Her eyes were first filled with shock, then slowly turned into fear. Buzz 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 buzz. The dark blue sword ring spun madly, trying to cut all the obstacles in front of it in half. Chirp chirp chirp. However, the tip of the knight's sword that was burning with blue flames was firmly pressed against the surface of the blue sword blade ring. It was constantly colliding and rubbing against the blue sword blade ring that was madly rotating and cutting, causing violent sparks to fly. Of course, what shocked Yu Jianli Rabbit was not that her mad snake ring was blocked, but that the mad snake ring was changing. She saw that the crazily spinning dark blue sword ring was slowing down bit by bit. Even the blue flames that covered it were slowly dimming. Looking closely, the blue flames that covered the dark blue sword ring were surging at a terrifying speed. They all flowed out and surged into the knight's sword that was also burning with blue flames, and were absorbed by the blue flames on the knight's sword. Not long after, the blue flames on the spinning mad snake ring completely disappeared. Even the mad snake ring stopped spinning and stopped in midair. On the contrary, the knight's sword in Noah's hand was burning even more fiercely. It was like a sea of fire, suddenly burning. What did you do? Yu Jianli Rabbit's face was full of shock as she looked at the knight's sword that was burning with blue flames in Noah's hand. In her mind, the words that Noah shouted when he released Blaze flashed. Wanton plunder. Could it be that the true power hidden in the invader's blaze was the ability to plunder the power of other people's blaze? As if he could see through the thoughts of the shocked Yu Jianli Rabbit, Noah tightened his grip on the knight's sword that was burning with blue flames. Feeling the power that was stored in the knight's sword, his heart was slightly excited. Noah's knight's sword could not plunder the power of other people's blaze, but could plunder any of the opponent's abilities. As long as the knight's sword that released the true power of blaze came into contact with it, Noah could plunder any of the opponent's abilities as he wished. At this very moment, Noah had stolen the ability of Moonlit Glass Rabbit's Mad Serpent Ring. This caused Moonlit Glass Rabbit's Mad Serpent Ring to be destroyed without any attack, and his own blaze had greatly increased in power. Now, Noah could use the power of Yu Jianli Rabbit's Mad Snake Ring at any time. This was the true power of the Knight's Sword's blaze, Black Tea King. However, although the Black Tea King's power seemed very strong, it actually had its limitations. Moreover, there were 3 limitations. 1. There was only ever one ability that could be plundered. If he wanted to plunder another ability, then he would have to give up on the ability he had just plundered. Otherwise, he would not be able to plunder again. 2. Only abilities could be plundered. For example, Mad Snake Ring, Magician, and even Noah's Crushing Magic, these could all be plundered. But those without abilities could not be plundered. For example, Noah could not plunder the opponent's life, nor could he plunder the opponent's physical strength, arm strength, endurance, or even recovery ability. 3. The ability to be plundered could only be plundered by direct contact with the Knight's Sword. Moreover, the Black Tea King had to be released first. If it was not released and there was no direct contact, then Noah would not be able to plunder the ability. It was also because of this that Noah released the Black Tea King at the beginning and waited for Yu Jianli Rabbit to use the Mad Snake Ring before plundering. However, as long as the plundering was successful, then the opponent would lose this ability. As long as Noah did not take the initiative to give it up, then this ability would belong to Noah. This was definitely a fatal blow to the opponent. Therefore, even if the Black Tea King had 2 limitations, Noah was still very satisfied with this ability. As for Yu Jianli Rabbit, after discovering that he could not use the Mad Snake Ring again, his gaze towards Noah became uncertain. Yu Jianli Rabbit had never heard of being able to plunder other people's blaze. What should he do next? Bang! At this moment, the tightly shut door was violently knocked open. A group of about 20 to 30 tomb guardians rushed in from the outside. When they saw the black-clothed man who was confronting Yu Jianli Rabbit with a blazing knight's sword in his hand, they were all shocked. One of the leading tomb protectors hurriedly yelled, "Quick! Catch him!" The group of tomb guardians reacted, raised the weapons in their hands and rushed towards Noah's direction. Chapter 268. Catch him! Under the command of the leading tomb protector, the other tomb protectors behind him all placed their hands on their chests, and at the same time, a dazzling star rune appeared. At the same time, they also conjured their unique blaze fangs. Immediately after, the group of tomb protectors held their blaze fangs and rushed towards Noah's direction. Wait! Seeing the tomb protectors being so reckless, Yu Jianli too quickly called out. However, it was already too late to say anything. For a surpasser, a distance of 10 to 20 meters could be covered in the blink of an eye. Not to mention, as long as one could become a tomb protector, they were all at least rank 3 surpassers. With the speed of a rank 3 surpasser, when Yu Jianli too called out, they were already not far behind Noah. Turning his head, looking at the group of tomb protectors rushing towards him, Noah instantly activated his sensing ability and thoroughly investigated the strength of these tomb protectors. Other than the rank 4 surpasser who was standing at the door and giving orders to the tomb protectors, the rest of the tomb protectors were all rank 3 surpassers. Presumably, the other party must have been attracted by the commotion caused by Noah snatching the wild snake ring, right? Against a group of rank 3 surpassers, there were more than 20 to 30 of them. Even with his rank 4 surpassers, Noah would still need a long time to defeat all of them. Moreover, there was still a rank 4 surpasser and Yu Jianli too, who were eyeing him covetously. Being surrounded by such a group of people, it was not difficult to escape unscathed. However, if he wanted to escape unscathed and obtain the world fragment, it would be a bit difficult. Under the condition that the power of limit was not released. Bang! Just as the group of rank 3 tomb protectors were about to submerge Noah's figure, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from Noah's body like a violent storm. Magic power. After being strengthened by the Daybreak Star rune 4 times, Noah's spirit had been strengthened, and his magic power had increased substantially. After a few months, the magic power that Noah had sealed under his limited ability finally flowed through Noah's body once again. After a few months, Noah had finally released all the power that had been limited within his body, erupting with his true strength. Dong! The magic power that had turned into a gust of wind seemed to have materialized, and it fiercely crashed into the charging tomb guardians. 20 to 30 charging tomb protectors were directly swept away by the magic shockwave, and they all cried out in pain as they were sent flying back even faster than when they came. Or smashed against the wall. Or smashed against the glass cabinets. Or smashed against the ground. There were even 2 that crashed into the rank 4 captain and rolled out of the room like a gourd. Eugenie Rabbit was also caught off guard and was blown back repeatedly by the magic power that had turned into a storm. While her face was full of disbelief, she shouted at Noah. "You bastard! You haven't shown your true strength all this time." Eugenie Rabbit's angry voice could not enter Noah's ears at all. Feeling the vast magic power flowing through his body and the full power that he had not felt for a long time, Noah's eyes that were hidden under his hood could not help but squint in satisfaction. Noah could clearly feel it. Under the Daybreak Star rune, S4 strengthening and the limit ability's automatic growth, his strength had increased substantially compared to a few months ago when he had just arrived in this world. Especially in the aspect of magic power. Noah's magic power was originally unbelievably strong. This time, because of the strengthening of the spirit, Noah's originally very frightening magic power had increased by several levels. If not for Noah's current magic power control that had reached the point of perfection, the greatly increased magic power would very likely have once again fallen into a state of uncontrollable control. There were not many opportunities for this kind of magic power to obtain such a huge increase. If not for the growth of the spirit that indirectly led to the increase of magic power, Noah's magic power would not have been able to increase by so much. In the future, if Noah wanted to obtain the same opportunity again, it would not be so easy. However, with this level of magic power, Noah's crush power had definitely increased by another level. Perhaps, in terms of the power of crush, even Gildas could not compare to Noah. Damn it! On the other side, Eugenie Rabbit, who was facing the magic power storm from Noah's body, had an angry expression on her face. She fiercely pulled the snake belly sword in her hand. Whoosh! The snake belly sword, that extended like a whip and combined like a snake's scales, under Eugenie Rabbit's control, streaked across the air, and in the midst of the whistling sound of the wind, it fiercely whipped towards Noah. Pang! The fierce, snake belly sword, whip heavily fell on the ground, causing the ground there to explode, causing the stones to fly wildly, attacking in all directions. However, Noah, who should have been standing there, had disappeared. Eugenie Rabbit's eyes widened in shock, then she quickly looked around. After a while, she fixed her eyes on a platform. A copper platform. On that copper platform, placed there was a square glass cabinet's door that shook. It was opened. And it was opened without Eugenie Rabbit's knowledge. And naturally, the broken feathers that should have been quietly lying inside, wrapped in a crystal ball like crystal, had disappeared without a trace. Staring at the empty glass cabinet, Eugenie Rabbit was speechless for a long time. Around, one by one, the tomb protectors stood up from the ground with difficulty, and together with the other tomb protectors, they followed Eugenie Rabbit and looked at the empty glass cabinet. A commotion gradually emerged in the entire room, and even in the entire floor of the hotel. In a luxurious room in the hotel, whoosh! Outside the open window, a figure suddenly flashed from outside the window with a gust of wind, and with a sweep, swept into the room. He took off his dark coat, shirt, and trousers, rolled them into a ball, and threw them on the bed. Noah immediately took the tuxedo from the wardrobe, and changed into it as quickly as possible. After 1 or 2 minutes, Noah, who had changed into the tuxedo, grabbed the dark coat, shirt, and trousers that were rolled into a ball in his hand, lifted them up, and the magic in his body instantly surged through his palm, covering them. The next moment, the crushing magic quietly launched. Pa! The dark coat, shirt, and trousers that were rolled into a ball burst into a ball of cloth with a soft sound, and under the drive of Noah's magic, it was as if they were swept up by the wind, and flew out of the window, floating into the distance. Only then did Noah clap his hands in satisfaction. He activated his limit ability and resealed his own strength. Only when he was left with the equivalent of a level 4 surpasser did he stop, allowing his strength to once again enter a state of automatic growth. Until then, a burst of chaotic footsteps sounded outside the door. Bang! The door of the room was heavily pushed open. Ivanli, Julie, Tachibana, Enya in maid uniforms, and Totoro Kurosaki in a suit, appeared at the door one after another. Some of their faces were full of anxiety, while others were full of seriousness. Immediately, Ivanli hurriedly said such a sentence to Noah. Not good. Noah. The shattered feather was stolen. Hearing this, Noah's face pretended to be stunned, but there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. 5 minutes later, Noah arrived at the top floor of the hotel. However, this time, Noah did not sneak in as an intruder, nor did he come alone. Instead, he openly took the elevator to this floor with Ivanli, Julie, Tachibana, Totoro Kurosaki, and Totoro Kurosaki. Under the guidance of the two tomb protectors, Noah and the others came to the spacious room where the shattered feather was originally placed. Here, almost all of the tomb protectors that were still in the hotel were gathered. Even 99 lunar knights, Lilith, and Tsukijiri Rabbit were present. Chapter 269. An oppressive silence pervaded the entire spacious room. There were over 100 tomb protectors lined up on both sides of the vast room, standing in front of the cracked glass cabinets. A step in front of these tomb protectors, there were 4 or 5 rank 4 tomb protector captains standing there with their heads lowered, not saying a word. In front of the platform where the shattered feather was placed, 99 lunar knights, Lilith, Tsukini Bunny, and even 3 kingdoms and Sarah were all present. They all silently looked at the empty glass cabinets without saying a word. Until Noah brought Ivanli, Julie, Tachibana, Kyujituryu, and Kawai Tokasaki in, many people began to look at the door. Noah. Lilith, who was still wearing her formal dress, called out to Noah. Noah nodded to Lilith and then looked at 99 lunar knights. 99 lunar knights didn't say anything, but expressionlessly waved her hand. Immediately after, Tsukini Bunny, with an unhappy expression, began to talk about how the shattered feather was lost. From the moment Eugenli Rabbit discovered that the tomb protector at the entrance had been defeated, to the moment she discovered that the intruder was a surpasser and fought with the intruder. In the end, she put away her unhappy expression and solemnly recounted how her mad snake ring was stolen by the intruder. A blaze that can steal the power of other people's blaze? Everyone present looked at each other in dismay. Not to mention others, even 99 lunar knights showed a trace of surprise and frowned. Impossible, there really is such a special power. There is no way I don't know about the existence of such a person. 99 lunar knights was the highest person in charge of the Dawn organization. Although the number of surpassers trained by the Academy and the Dawn organization wasn't small, every surpasser was very precious, let alone a rank 4 surpasser. 99 lunar knights would definitely have these people under their control. And as the highest person in charge of the Dawn organization, 99 lunar knights held the lifeline of all surpassers, the Dawn Star Rune. If a surpasser wanted to ascend and increase their rank, they must first obtain 99 lunar knights' approval to give the surpasser the Dawn Star Rune to ascend. Therefore, 99 lunar knights was aware of all the level 3 transcendents who obtained the sublimation instrument to ascend to level 4. 99 lunar knights was also aware of the true strength of the Blaze Fang of the transcendents who successfully ascended to level 4. He knew it like the back of his hand. If a surpasser successfully ascended to rank 4, 99 lunar knights would know, and it was even more impossible not to know the true power of the surpasser's blaze. Since the intruder who took away Shattered Feather was a level 4 surpasser, even if he betrayed them, being able to successfully rise to level 4 meant that the intruder had gone through the ascension ritual. Since the surpasser had undergone the ascension ritual, the surpasser's blaze's true power would have been recorded. However, 99 lunar knights didn't know of any rank 4 blazing fangs that could steal the power of other people's blazing fangs. Therefore, 99 lunar knights' first reaction to Moonsight Glass Rabbit's words was disbelief, but his second reaction was to ponder. A blaze that could steal the power of other people's blaze? Since he could even plunder the power hidden in other people's souls, such a special soul, if you were to find him and train him, would it be possible for this person to reach the level of absolute duo? This thought was unstoppable in 99 Lunar Knight's mind, and it made 99 Lunar Knight's eyes shine brighter and brighter. He secretly made up his mind to find the Surpasser. As for the fact that the Surpasser betrayed the Dawn organization and stole the shattered feather, 99 Lunar Knights did not care at all. As long as he could become an absolute duo, 99 Lunar Knights did not care about anything. Even 99 Lunar Knights don't know about rank 4. That means the Surpasser did not undergo the Ascension ritual in the Dawn organization, right? Lilith, who did not know what 99 Lunar Knights was thinking, frowned. Is it possible that the Surpasser stole the Dawn Star rune? Unfortunately, there is no such possibility, Three Kingdoms indifferently replied. The Dawn Star rune in the Dawn organization is controlled with the strictest methods. If it was lost, we would be the first to know. We did not receive any news that the Dawn Star rune was lost, Moonsight Glass Rabbit shrugged, his face full of displeasure. Otherwise, it would not be so annoying. After saying this, the scene fell into an oppressive silence. 99 Lunar Knights, Lilith, Moonsight Glass Rabbit, and the others all muttered to themselves, clearly still considering all kinds of possibilities. On the other hand, Ivanli, Julie, Tachiba, Yujue Turyu, Kawai Tokusaki, and the others were silent. They didn't know much about the Dawn organization, so they couldn't say anything at this time, let alone give their opinions. Noah, on the other hand, was happy that everyone had reached a dead end. He did not say anything, and also kept his mouth shut. He only vaguely glanced at Moonsight Glass Rabbit, whose face was full of displeasure, and laughed in his heart. In the battle with Moonsight Glass Rabbit, Noah only wanted to test the power of the Black Tea King. After all, even if Noah knew the effects of the Black Tea King before, he did not know the effects of the Black Tea King before he used it. Fortunately, Noah only wanted to test the Black Tea King, and Moonsight Glass Rabbit was not a real enemy. Otherwise, Moonsight Glass Rabbit would probably fly into a rage. Because if the Moonlight Glass Rabbit was a true enemy, Noah wouldn't have given up the mad snake ring that the Black Tea King plundered and let it return to the Moonlight Glass Rabbit's body. After thinking for a long time, Lilith could only bitterly smile and look at her tripping double blade. Noah, what do you think? Me? What can I think? All possibilities have been rejected by you, right? Noah spread out his hands. According to what you said, unless the intruder isn't a Surpasser and doesn't need the Daybreak Star pattern to evolve, but is able to use the blaze and is in existence similar to a Surpasser, then this doubt can be resolved, right? Noah's words were completely perfunctory, and he wanted to confuse them. However, after hearing Noah's words, 99 Lunar Knights, Lilith, the Three Kingdoms, and Moonsight Glass Rabbit were all stunned. Another kind of existence similar to a Surpasser. For a moment, 99 Lunar Knights, Lilith, and the others looked in Julie's direction, and then looked away. Julie's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face was still expressionless, but her pair of deep red eyes began to evade, and became very uncertain. At the scene, only Noah, who had the perception ability, noticed the change in 99 Lunar Knights, Lilith, and Julie. This made Noah slightly stunned, and he was a little surprised. Could it be that the reason he casually said actually had such a possibility? Another kind of existence similar to a Surpasser. Is there really such an existence? Without waiting for Noah to think of anything, 99 Lunar Knights seemed to have thought it through, and she raised her head, and said to everyone. No matter what, the shattered feather has been lost, and what we need to do is continue to track down the thief. In addition, we need to cancel tomorrow's appreciation meeting. Everyone present looked at each other, and could only helplessly nod. There was no other way. This appreciation meeting was originally held for the sake of the shattered feather. Now that the shattered feather was missing, the appreciation meeting naturally could not be held, and Noah and the others' mission could be considered a failure. Suddenly, outside the door, a voice that was neither fast nor slow suddenly sounded. Even with such tight security, the shattered feather was still stolen. It seems that the ability of a surpasser has slightly disappointed me. As these words rang out, two figures slowly walked in from the outside and appeared at the entrance, entering the sight of all the people present who were looking over as if they were about to shoot off. Chapter 270. Da-da-da-da. This was the sound of a walking stick hitting the ground, mixed with the sound of footsteps. Under the gazes of over 100 people that filled the spacious room, Edward and Kay walked in step by step with a fake smile on their faces. Looking at Edward and Kay who gradually walked into the room, many people revealed a blank expression. Who is that? Only 99 lunar nights, Lilith, Moonlit Glass Rabbit, and the Three Kingdoms group focused their gazes on Edward and Kay who were slowly walking in, their eyes gradually fluctuating. Noah also narrowed his eyes, feeling the unfriendly atmosphere in the air, and curled his lips into a smile. Kay, who was one step behind Edward, raised his eyes and swept his gaze toward Noah. As for Kay's gaze, Noah directly ignored it, causing Kay's eyes to flash with a cold light. We meet again, Blaze Diabolica. In front of everyone, Edward leaned on his walking stick, looked around, and said, "It seems that something very troublesome has happened here. Do you need me to provide you with some help?" It's rare for Equipment Smith to be so enthusiastic. 99 lunar nights pursed her lips and smiled. However, this is a small matter, we can take care of it ourselves, there's no need for you to worry. Is that so? Edward shook his head regretfully. If you need, I can send God's Destroyer to help at any time. Having Surpasser and God's Destroyer work together seems to be a very interesting thing. As he said that, Edward revealed a strange smile. How about having my God's Destroyer team and Tomb Protectors move out together? Just relying on the Surpasser power seems to be insufficient, no? Although Edward's words were not mocking, they were still full of provocation. However, because of the theft of Shattered Feather, even though the surrounding Tomb Protectors were somewhat angry, they could not refute and could only glare at Edward. Noah. Ivan and Julie, who didn't know Edward and didn't know what to do, subconsciously gathered around Noah and looked at him for help. Ya, on the other hand, hid behind Orange Bar, as if she was a little afraid. This caused Orange Bar to retreat a little, allowing Ya to distance herself from the center of the vile atmosphere. Noah glanced at 99 lunar nights and then at Edward, recalling Lilith's words. Edward used to be the second in command of the Dawn Organization's Development Bureau. However, Edward's theory couldn't get the approval of the people around him, causing him to betray the Dawn Organization. Then, to the person in charge of the Daybreak Organization, 99 lunar nights, Edward was definitely an enemy and not a friend. He was definitely not someone she could get along with. However, what Edward said next wasn't in line with this judgment. How is it? Edward asked eagerly. How about having the Surpasser and the God Destroyer cooperate? 99th lunar night looked at the beaming Edward and said after a long while. Master Technician, why are you so insistent on having the Surpasser and the God Destroyer cooperate? Isn't that good? Edward chuckled. My original purpose was to cooperate with you, which, wasn't it? Cooperate? The surrounding Tomb Protectors were all stunned. Lilith, Eugenli Rabbit, and the others were also stunned. Even Ivanli, Julie, Tachibana, and Ya were surprised. Only Noah, who had a conversation with Edward before, understood the meaning of Edward's words. No. It wasn't just Noah. 99th lunar night also understood. It's really surprising. After a moment of silence, 99th lunar night spoke softly. I didn't expect that someone would propose the idea of the 7 luminaries working together. Interesting, isn't it? Edward smiled. Don't you think that my steel armor and your Daybreak Star rune are very suitable partners? Without giving 99th lunar night time to answer, Edward spoke enthusiastically. Originally, Surpassers are existences that surpass humans. They possess great strength that ordinary people cannot possess. If such Surpassers were to wear steel armor, or implant Daybreak Star patterns into God Destroyer, who have undergone rigorous training, and combine the strength of Surpassers and God Destroyer, what kind of level would that be? Everyone can imagine. Unknowingly, Edward was no longer speaking to the 99th lunar night, but to the tomb guardians around him. Whether it's the Surpasser or the God Destroyer, they both have powerful strength. If the two are combined, that new strength will reach a terrifying level. With the power of the Surpasser and the God Destroyer, your power will surpass all other life forms. With the power of the Surpasser and the God Destroyer, you can annihilate everything. With the power of Surpasser and God Destroyer, even if it's a god, you can still dominate. At that time, the real God Destroyer troop will be completed. Don't tell me you're not tempted. In the spacious room, facing the excited old man who made such a declaration, the group of tomb guardians looked at each other in dismay. Surpass God? Is that why it's called the God Destroyer? How powerful will it be? Unimaginable. It's really unimaginable. Will the combination of the Surpasser and the God Destroyer really work? The tomb guardians, who had strict military order and would never discuss without order in this kind of situation, were moved by Edward's theory. They forgot about order and started to quarrel. Seeing this situation, Lilith, Eugenly Bunny, and the others had a troubled expression on their faces. 99th lunar night was silent. Ivan and Julie couldn't help but reach out and grab Noah's clothes. Their faces showed uneasiness. You trembled and hid behind Orange Bar. Even Orange Bar was frowning, not knowing what to do. Evidently, the group of young ladies were also caught off guard by this situation. After all, this wasn't something they could come into contact with right now. Noah reached out his hand and gently patted the back of Ivan and Julia's hands that were on the corner of his shirt, comforting the two girls. Looking at Edward's happy expression and the hidden pride in his eyes, Noah's eyes turned cold. At first, Noah planned to stand by and watch. But since even Ivan and Julie were affected by Edward, if he didn't strike a blow at this dreamy old man, Noah wouldn't be Noah. I say, Mr. Equipment Smith. Noah said indifferently. Are you really one of the 7 luminaries? Oh. Do you know about the 7 luminaries? Edward was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. Why do you ask? Because isn't the 7 luminaries the title of the sages with the goal of absolute duo? Noah shrugged. But no matter how you look at it, your ideas and inventions are only in pursuit of power on the surface. It doesn't match the absolute duo that exerts the power of the soul to the extreme, right? Edward's smile disappeared. But Noah didn't let him go just like that. Deviating from the absolute theme, you have already failed in your duty. The title of 7 luminaries is no longer suitable for you. You should give it up. In front of Edward, Noah said this with a calm face. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be like before and be forced away by people who don't agree with you. This, before, naturally referred to when Edward was still in the Dawn organization and left the Dawn organization because he wasn't recognized. That kind of thing, it doesn't matter. Being poked at his scar, Edward's face finally turned ugly, but he quickly recovered. If no one agrees, then it's up to me to make others agree. As soon as he said this, Kay, who was standing behind Edward, raised his head and suddenly raised his hand. Bang! In the next second, an explosion sounded throughout the entire hotel building, causing the entire building to tremble. Chapter 271. Boom! The instant the thunderous explosion rang out, not only did the entire hotel tremble, but there were also clear sounds of chaos and panic coming from below the hotel. What's going on? Explosion. It's an explosion. Did someone plant a bomb in the hotel? The mausoleum guards who were lined up around them were also alarmed. Shuayi. Lilith, Moonlit Glass Bunny, and 3 kingdoms immediately protected 99 Shuayi in the middle when the explosion sounded. Little Ba. Yeah, who was farther away, let out a frightened voice and hugged Orange Bar, who was gritting his teeth, and fell into a panic. On the contrary, although Ivan and Julie's reaction was slower than Lilith, Moonlit Glass Bunny, and 3 kingdoms, they were still much faster than the tomb guardians. they almost calmed down after panicking for a while. However, Ivan and Julie only had time to calm down. In front, Noah suddenly turned around and hugged Ivan and Julie, then rushed to the side. Before Orange Bar and Ya could react, he suddenly hugged all 4 girls into his arms and dodged, hiding behind a glass counter. Seeing Noah's action, Moonlit Glass Bunny and 3 Kingdoms were startled, but Lilith, who had cultivated a tacit understanding with Noah and knew Noah very well, had a look of surprise in her beautiful green eyes. Without hesitation, she also hugged Shua Yi and Sarah and rushed behind a glass counter. In the next second, Moonlit Glass Bunny and 3 Kingdoms saw it. Outside the surrounding windows, black shadows descended from the sky and floated in the air outside the windows, and pitch-black weapons were set up. Submachine guns. Da-da-da-da-da. The sound of continuous fire from the submachine guns and the sparks on the muzzles worked together. Bang, 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 bang. The glass of the window that was penetrated by the crazy bullets shattered. Immediately after, the bullets turned into a barrage like a storm, continuously sweeping in from all directions outside the windows, mercilessly shooting towards the people in the room. Yu Jianli Rabbit and the 3 Kingdoms finally realized what was going on at the critical moment. At the same time, they rolled on the ground and hid behind the glass counter. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets landed on the glass counters one by one, shattering the glass on top of them. Suddenly, the glass shards flew around, and some of the collections that were originally placed in the counter were shot through by the bullets, and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Ah! Ah! Quick! Find something to hide behind. Hide! On the other hand, some of the tomb protectors were shot because they couldn't react in time, while some were lucky enough to escape. They quickly picked up the wounded closest to them, and under the orders of the 4 or 5 rank 4 captains, they hid behind cover. If it weren't for the protection of these 4 or 5 rank 4 captains, the number of tomb protectors would have definitely increased by now. After all, even though he could more or less see the trajectory of the bullet when he reached level 3, he could only successfully dodge the bullet when he reached level 4. Under the situation where the bullets were fired from all directions, only the 4 or 5 rank 4 captains had the ability to deal with it. They also showed good battlefield discipline, and took care of the tomb protectors in time, allowing the tomb protectors to escape. Among them, Yujue Tuyu and Oki Hokusaki were lucky enough to react in time, and hid behind a counter, avoiding the fate of being hit by the bullets. However, although there were no deaths so far, there were quite a number of people who were injured. In addition to the sound of submachine gun fire, glass shards, and the shattering of collectibles, the entire vast room was filled with the screams of many people. Ah! Behind the glass counter, Ya buried her head in Noah's arms, and kept screaming in fear. Not to mention Ya, except for Julie, Ivanli and Tachibana also showed a hint of fear on their faces, and subconsciously grabbed Noah's clothes tightly. Before today, whether it was Ivanli, Tachibana, or Ya, they were all students who were not even 18 years old. Even if Haolang Academy taught combat skills, after graduation, they would join the Dawn organization and become tomb protectors. They would have to fight against all kinds of villains in order to crack down on crimes. It was inevitable that they would encounter such a dangerous battlefield, but that was a matter for the future. Now, it had only been a few months since they entered Haolang Academy. Even if they were used to fighting, the group of girls was not used to the battlefield yet. Not to mention, now was a critical moment where they could lose their lives at any time, so it was inevitable that they would panic. Julie, on the other hand, was still calm from beginning to end. She even poked her head out from Noah's arms, and her deep red eyes vigilantly scanned the entire room. After a while, except for the timid Ya, Ivanli and Tachibana finally displayed the excellent combat skills they had trained in the academy. They suppressed the panic in their hearts and forced themselves to calm down. At this time, the shooting of the submachine gun also stopped. Outside the surrounding windows, God's destroyers wearing steel armor flew into the room with the help of the thrusters equipped on the back of their combat suits. They slowly landed and surrounded the room with their submachine guns. Ha! Leaning on his walking stick, Edward, who was the only one who was not in the range of the submachine gun's bullets, laughed with regret and sarcasm. Even if the surpassers have the power to surpass humans, they are still just a group of people who graduated from a school full of impurities. Can they really not be compared to soldiers who were born purely for the sake of battle? Go! Kay, who was standing behind Edward, ordered coldly. Capture the 99th lunar night and the eldest daughter of the Bristol family. Hearing this, the people hiding behind the counters understood what was going on. From the beginning, Edward had planned to capture the highest-ranking person in charge of the Dawn organization and the daughter of the investors' president if the negotiation failed, and then use them to achieve his goal. However, because Noah poked at his sore spot, Edward did not wait for the 99th lunar night's reply and launched an attack in anger out of humiliation. Lilith, who handed the 99th lunar night to Eugenli Bunny and the Three Kingdoms to protect, tore a hole in the hem of her dress, revealing her white thighs. While making it easier for her to move, she looked in the direction of Noah. Noah also handed the terrified Ya to Tachibana, raised his hand, and signaled Ivanli and Julie not to make a sound. After exchanging glances with Lilith, he shrugged with a calm expression and nodded. Lilith suddenly smiled sweetly, and then stood up from behind the counter, exposing her figure to the eyes of all the gods' destroyers. Don't move. The group of gods' destroyers moved when they heard this, and all of them aimed the submachine guns in their hands at Lilith. They originally wanted to kill her directly, but when they realized that she was one of the targets they had to capture alive, they hurriedly stopped. Bang! At this moment, behind the counter opposite Lilith, who had exposed her body to the enemy's muzzle, a dull explosion and dazzling light erupted at the same time. The dull explosion and dazzling light caused the painful memories of the last defeat to surface in Kay's mind, causing him to recall the figure that could cause the explosion and dazzling light. His face was shocked. Not good. However, it was already too late to react at this time. Behind the counter that emitted a dull explosion and a dazzling light, a figure shot out like a meteor. There was a vortex-like brilliance under his feet. He streaked across the space and disappeared in a flash. When the meteor-like figure with the whirlpool-like brilliance under its feet appeared again, it was already in front of Edward. Edward turned pale with fright. Kay, who was standing behind Edward, narrowed his eyes to the size of a needle tip. Gotcha! Immediately after, the figure in front of Edward held up a revolver with rippling white lines and pressed it against Edward's forehead. Chapter 272. The entire place suddenly went silent. The group of god destroyers in steel armor finally reacted. Just as they were about to turn the direction of the submachine guns in their hands and aim at the figure that was holding the revolver against the shocked Edward, Kay's cold voice rang out. Don't move. The group of god destroyers' hands suddenly froze, and they did not dare to move even an inch. Seeing this situation, Lilith and Moonlit Glass Bunny, who were waiting for an opportunity behind the counter, clicked their tongues. If those god destroyers had turned the direction of the submachine guns in their hands and aimed at Noah, then Lilith, Moonlit Glass Bunny, and the others who were waiting behind the counter would have instantly launched a counterattack. Unfortunately, this plan was seen through by Kay. Now, those god destroyers were still aiming their submachine guns at them, so Lilith, Moonlit Glass Bunny, and the others could not move. Therefore, the situation suddenly became a stalemate. Save me! Edward shouted angrily at Kay with a face full of panic. Shut up! Noah pressed the revolver against Edward's head heavily, causing Edward to shut his mouth in fear. However, his lips were still trembling, and the crutch in his hand fell to the ground. Noah then looked around. After exchanging glances with Lilith, he turned his head and looked at Kay. Tell them to put down their guns. Hearing this, Kay, who had already distanced himself from Noah and Edward, was silent for a while, then laughed. No, the person who should put down their guns is you. Noah raised his eyebrows. I have to say, to be able to find an opportunity to counterattack in such a situation, you are indeed very outstanding. Compared to you, those tomb guardians who graduated before you are simply trash. Kay put on a disgusting, hypocritical attitude. However, Please don't forget that you have a hostage in your hands, and so do we. After saying this, Kay waved his hand slightly, and the surrounding god destroyers immediately raised their submachine guns and aimed at Lilith, who was the only one exposed outside the counter. Lilith's face fell. Noah also frowned. Only Kay had a victorious smile on his face as he shrugged. For the sake of the eldest daughter of the Britos family, and for the sake of your classmates and companions, I'm sorry, but could you please put down the gun in your hand? As he said this, Kay stared at Noah. His body tensed up to prevent Noah from suddenly exploding and creating more problems. After all, if he did not focus all of his attention on Noah, Kay was afraid that the next time he would be controlled by Noah, it would be his turn to be controlled by Noah. It couldn't be helped. Noah's great leap forward was simply too terrifying. With Noah's rank 4 strength using great leap forward, there was no one present who could keep up with Noah's speed. Even if they used their eyes to follow Noah's figure using great leap forward, it would be difficult. Therefore, the only thing Kay could do now was to stare at Noah. While preventing Noah from causing trouble, he also had to firmly control the hostage in his hands. Otherwise, this time, let alone Kay, even the entire God Destroyer team personally led by Edward would suffer defeat at the hands of this student, leaving behind a lifetime of humiliation. Unfortunately, Kay thought that his ability to grasp the situation was very good, but he underestimated Noah. Bang! Following the sound of a gunshot, Edward's leg was directly pierced through by a pitch-black bullet formed from mental strength filled with killing intent. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Edward immediately screamed and knelt on the ground. What? With Lilith as the leader, the people hiding behind the counter, including Ivanli, Julie, Tachibana, and Yatongtong all sucked in a breath of cold air. You! The God Destroyer team with Kay as the leader all stood up in shock and anger. You're very smart, but don't treat others as fools. Noah smiled indifferently. The revolver in his hand was once again pressed against the head of the screaming Edward who was kneeling on the ground. His eyes carried a bit of coldness as he looked at Kay, so, the smart you can guess. If I and these so-called God Destroyers shoot at the hostages in our hands at the same time, will both hostages die? Will both hostages survive? Or will one live and one die? When Noah said this, not only Kay, but even Lilith understood what was going on. Lilith was a level 3 surpasser, and she could barely see the trajectory of the bullets. In this kind of situation, if the God Destroyers opened fire, Lilith might not be able to avoid all the bullets even if she tried her best. However, she could still pay a small price in exchange for a chance to live. Compared to Lilith, Edward was just an ordinary person, and an old man at that. If both sides opened fire at the same time, in the end, Lilith could pay a small price in exchange for a chance to live. But Edward was definitely going to die. Kay's expression gradually darkened, but after a while, he regained his composure. The celebrities downstairs are also under our control. And then? Noah looked at Kay with a smile that wasn't a smile. He looked at Kay with an even more composed expression. Do you want to use the lives of those celebrities who have nothing to do with me to accompany the life of the technician who invented steel installation and gave you power? After throwing out this sentence, Kay didn't say anything else. He looked at Noah, and the atmosphere slowly became oppressive. You really aren't an easy person to deal with. After a while, Kay slightly raised his eyes and said coldly. What will make you let them go? Noah curled his lips and smiled. He didn't pay attention to Kay, but turned his head and looked at Lilith. Lilith immediately understood and whispered to Moonlit Glass Rabbit and Three Kingdoms. Take New Moon and leave this place. Moonlit Glass Rabbit immediately curled her lips in displeasure, as if she was very dissatisfied that she had to leave. Three Kingdoms didn't hesitate at all. He brought the silent 99 lunar nights from behind the counter and moved in the direction of the door. What? You don't want to leave? Moonlit Glass Rabbit also got up from behind the counter and shouted at the tomb protectors hiding behind the counter with a nasty tone. Take the wounded. All of you, leave. All of you, leave. The few rank 4 captains clenched their teeth and gave the order for all the tomb protectors to come out from behind the counter. They followed behind 99 lunar knights, Moonlight Glass Rabbit, and the 3 kingdoms and left the place. Noah, Ivanli, Julie, Tachibana, and you seem to want to stay. Even Yujue Turyu and Kue Hokusaki stood up with a determined expression. All of you, leave. Don't leave a single one here. Noah threw out these words without turning his head. Don't forget what this guy said. The celebrities downstairs are also being controlled. There must be other god destroyers there. I'll leave those people to you. You can't do anything here. The group of people hesitated. Let's go. The one who said this was Julie, who had been staring at Noah's back. Leave this place to Noah. Noah. Ivanli seemed to be struggling and hesitating. After a while, he clenched his teeth and nodded. Let's go. Noah. You muttered worriedly. Be careful. Tachibana only said this solemnly. Instead, he took the lead, held Ya's hand, and ran towards the door. Ivanli and Julie glanced at Noah, then lowered their heads and followed Tachibana out of the room. Sarah. At this moment, Lilith opened her mouth again. You leave too. Young mistress. Sarah was shocked. Don't make me say it again. Lilith waved at Sarah, but her eyes were fixed on Noah. My partner hasn't left. I can't leave. Young mistress. Sarah's expression changed. Finally, she gave up and bowed to Lilith before leaving the scene. In the spacious room, other than Noah and Lilith, only Edward, Kay, and a group of god destroyers were left. Are you satisfied? Kay's expression was somewhat gloomy. Can I ask you to let him go? Noah didn't answer. Instead, he violently pulled up Edward, who was still kneeling on the ground and holding his thigh, and pressed the revolver against his temple. Then, Noah's voice echoed in the air. Rooftop. Chapter 273. Whoosh. The wind from the building whistled across the vast rooftop like a gust of wind, causing the temperature in the air to drop significantly. Bang! At a certain moment, the rooftop door was heavily opened. Noah pressed a revolver against Edward's temple and pressed down on the limping Edward as he walked in with Lilith. At the same time, a group of gods destroyers with submachine guns swarmed in from outside the door and surrounded Noah and Lilith in a semicircle. They were still holding the submachine guns in their hands, but none of them dared to open fire, causing the crowd to be filled with a thick atmosphere of hesitation. Kay was the last to arrive on the rooftop. The fake smile on his handsome face had long disappeared. Kay stared at Noah expressionlessly as he walked out of the crowd and came to the front of the God's Destroyer unit. However, Noah still didn't look at Kay and his gaze fell on the center of the rooftop. There, a large military transport aircraft was parked in a designated circle. It was the transportation vehicle used to transport the God's Destroyer unit. The reason why the God's Destroyer unit would descend from the sky and arrive outside the window of the room where the important items were placed was because of this aircraft. Most likely, when Edward brought Kay to the 99th lunar night to discuss the matter of cooperation, this military transport aircraft openly flew over from the sky and landed on the rooftop of the hotel, allowing the God's Destroyer team inside to attack while waiting for Kay's instructions. We were too careless. Lilith, who was next to Noah, said with a face full of unwillingness. I should have known that the enemy would most likely attack from the sky. From the moment the appreciation convention was announced, Lilith had already guessed that today or tomorrow wouldn't be too peaceful. This guess was only confirmed when she heard it from Noah. After Edward arrived here, Lilith and the Dawn organization's tomb guardians all increased their vigilance. Unfortunately, in the end, not only did Lilith not expect the shattered feather to be stolen by an insider, she also didn't expect the enemy to fly from the sky and launch an attack. In this regard, Noah shook his head. It's not just from the air. There must be some who came with Edward and Kay, but they snuck in. That was why there was a bomb planted in the hotel. That was why the infiltrators had immediately taken control of the celebrities in the hotel after detonating the bomb. They were probably planning to use those celebrities as hostages to force 99 Lunar Knights and Lilith to submit if the surprise attack didn't succeed. Come to think of it, after the matter was settled, Edward and Kay would probably force 99 Lunar Knights and Lilith to board the military transport aircraft and leave this place once again. After all, this was the territory of the Dawn organization. If they didn't escape by air, it would have been very difficult for Edward and Kay to escape from this country with so many members of the God's Destroyer Squad. However, no matter how much they thought about it, Edward and Kay never expected that it would end up like this. The Dawn organization was careless and allowed the God Destroyer team to arrive at the venue by air. The God Destroyer team was also careless and allowed Noah to control Edward. Noah raised the revolver in his hand. He didn't turn around, but the revolver suddenly pointed behind him. Bang! The pitch-black bullet pierced through the air, space, and darkness. Finally, it landed on the fuel tank of the military transport aircraft. Bang! The revolver bullet, which was more powerful than an anti-tank sniper rifle, directly blew up the fuel tank of the military transport aircraft and caused a huge explosion. Raging flames burned along with the explosion and enveloped the entire military transport aircraft, turning the military transport aircraft into a piece of charred iron in the scorching flames. The hot wind blew on the K and God Destroyer troop members. The light from the fire illuminated Kay's ugly face. Noah withdrew the revolver and pushed Edward, who was in his hand, away. Edward, who was caught off guard, fell to the ground with an injured leg. Two of the God Destroyer Squad's God Destroyer Squad immediately stepped forward and escorted Edward, who was looking at Noah with a face full of resentment, into a protective circle. The moment Edward returned to the protection of the God Destroyer Squad, a violent murderous aura emerged from each of the God Destroyer Squad's bodies. Especially Kay, whose eyes became incomparably red. The murderous aura on his body was unprecedentedly strong. In the face of the large amount of murderous aura and killing intent that came from all directions, Noah's face remained calm as he twirled his spear and muttered to himself. Like this, you won't be able to escape, right? Without the military transport aircraft, if the Dawn organization wanted to capture the God Destroyer Squad, unless the God Destroyer Squad had the ability to break out of the encirclement, it was unlikely that they would be able to leave the country. It was because of this that Noah came to the rooftop. Noah Dole. Kay, who understood his situation, roared angrily. I will definitely kill you. During the kidnapping of Lilith, because of Noah's existence, not only did the 10-man team of Kay and the God Destroyer Squad fail, but it was also equivalent to Kay being spared by Noah. This was an old grudge. This time, the kidnapping of 99 Lunar Knights and Lilith in an attempt to fulfill Edward's ambition was still because of Noah's existence. Not only did the entire situation fall into a passive state, it became even more difficult to escape the country. This was a new grudge. With the addition of the new grudge and the old grudge, Kay's hatred for Noah finally couldn't help but explode. Pa! Suddenly, the suit on Kay's body suddenly bulged and exploded, exposing the clothes hidden under Kay's suit to the air. Looking at the clothes on Kay's body, Noah and Lilith were both astonished. It was a set of battle clothes. Needless to say, it was definitely a special equipment called steel equipment. However, it was different from the other God Destroyer Squad. The steel equipment on Kay's body was no longer the cold appearance of the previous armor. Instead, it was like a black tight armor and a white combination armor that was light and portable. Kill. As Kay's cold voice slowly faded away, Noah could feel a pressure that was even more powerful than before, mixed with the killing intent that filled Kay's heart, slowly diffusing out from Kay's body. Under this oppressive feeling, Noah could clearly feel it. Kay was more than a level stronger than last time. No. Not only that. On the back of Kay's steel equipment, that was different from the other God Destroyer Squads, there were 4 wing-like armor that instantly spread out. The tips of the armor shot out a red light, transforming into 4 red blade-like wings that allowed Kay's body to float. In the next instant, Kay coldly smiled. His body suddenly moved, and the 4 red blade-like wings on his back immediately shot out a large amount of red light like a propeller, causing K to transform into a red shadow and violently rush out. That speed, even if it couldn't compare to Noah's leap, it wasn't too far off. Thus, with the support of that terrifying speed, K's body suddenly appeared in front of Noah like a ghost. The sudden appearance of K in front of him also caused Noah's pupils to slightly constrict. However, Noah, who possessed a godlike sensing ability, would not be so easily ambushed. Thus, at the same time that K appeared in front of him, the revolver in Noah's hand immediately moved. With a "chi" sound, the revolver cut through the air, and with a vigorous force, viciously smashed down on K's head. The heavy body of the revolver fell, but K did not dodge. A cold light flashed through his eyes, and he expressionlessly waved his hand. Kacha! Suddenly, a pair of wings on K's back suddenly rotated mechanically. It popped out from under K's armpit and was grasped by K's hand. At this moment, the wing-like equipment shooting out a red light turned into a real weapon, light blade. Clang! Immediately after, the light blade, that was composed of red light, like a laser lightsaber, forcibly collided with the body of the revolver that was smashing down, causing a crisp sound to ring out. The revolver and the light blade collided. Chi 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 chi. Intense sparks burst out, illuminating Noah and K's faces. Chapter 274. K was indeed completely different from the last time. Not to mention the armored steel on his body and the wings on his back that could transform into light blades, just from the light blade that collided with the revolver, the oppressive power that was transmitted from the light blade was something that K definitely did not possess last time. This made Noah slightly wrinkle his eyebrows. K, who was in front of Noah, sneered. He extended his other hand and the remaining 3 wings on his back once again sprung out like a machine with a kacha sound, transforming into another light blade that was held in K's hand. Like a bolt of lightning, the light blade in K's hand directly pierced towards Noah's heart. Looking at the momentum and ferocious strength that caused the air to slightly heat up due to the friction, if he were to be pierced, there was no doubt that Noah's chest would be directly pierced through, and his heart would also shatter in order to announce his opponent's victory. With such a close-range attack, even Noah might not be able to dodge in time. Therefore, Noah did not choose to dodge. Instead, he reflexively raised his hand and heavily slapped towards the side of the light blade that was thrusting towards him. Pa! This was the sound of Noah's palm hitting the light blade. This was the sound of Noah's hand landing on the light blade. The light blade released a high temperature that burned Noah's palm until it emitted a light smoke. Immediately after, the light blade that was knocked askew by Noah's palm brushed past Noah's armpit and pierced towards the back. Feeling the high temperature of the light blade coming from his armpit, Noah's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness, and the hand that was holding the gun fiercely shook. Dang! With the sound of steel colliding with steel, K was sent flying backwards. However, he relied on the propeller-like wings on his back to hover in mid-air and stopped above the rooftop. From K's surprise attack to Noah sending K flying, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. It wasn't until K was above the rooftop that Lilith finally reacted. She materialized her rifle and aimed it at K in midair. Her eyes were filled with shock. That K had actually become so strong. This was already far beyond the strength of a rank 3 surpasser, even surpassing a rank 4 surpasser. Only a rank V surpasser could have such strength. Ha 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 ha. Under the protection of a group of god destroyers, Edward let out an excited and resentful laugh. Do you see that? This is the power of the new steel installation and death feathers. A new steel suit. Lilith couldn't help but look at the brand new battle suit on K's body. Death feathers? Noah, on the other hand, looked at the wing-like equipment on K's back that was emitting a large amount of red light. Our God Destroyer's steel installation has been completely adjusted. It's no longer a half-finished product like last time. My steel installation is an exclusive steel installation that was specially made for me. It's not something a normal, steel installation can compare to. Kay, who was hovering in mid-air, laughed sinisterly. In addition to the external equipment, death feathers that was developed to complement the steel installation in battle, I'm already different from last time. Different. It was really different. After equipping the steel installation and death feathers that were specially made for him, with Kay's current strength, even the rank V moonlit glass hair might not be his opponent. Come. Noah Dole. Kay's face began to show madness. The second round is about to begin. Hearing this, Noah curled his lips and smiled. He looked around at the God Destroyer that was protecting Edward in front of him. About 30 people. After estimating the number of God Destroyer, Noah smiled at Lilith as if there was no one else around. 1-on-1 or 1 against 30, which side will you choose? Lilith was stunned at first, then she immediately laughed with a pft sound. Wasn't this the same as the last time when they faced off against Kay and the God Destroyer team? However, at that time, it was 1-on-1 and 1 against 3. This time, it was 1-on-1 and 1 against 30. Therefore, Lilith looked at Noah with a gentle gaze. Then, which side will you choose? Of course, the side that's more annoying and troublesome, Noah shrugged and said. After all, you're my important partner, aren't you? The smile on Lilith's face became more and more beautiful. That's true. The conversation was the same as the last time. However, the feelings that outsiders could not detect were rolling in the hearts of Noah and Lilith. Then, let the ball begin. Lilith raised the rifle in her hand with one hand and pointed it at the 30 God Destroyer in front of her. She had the same confident smile on her face as she declared. Before my partner returns, I'd like to ask you to dance a song with me. Noah slowly walked forward and looked at Kay, who had a gloomy expression. His voice echoed in the surroundings. Present a performance. Magician. The incantation to release the true power hidden in the soul echoed throughout the sky above the rooftop. Bang! The revolver in Noah's hand exploded and turned into pieces of black fragments. Like a whirlwind, they flew into the air, contracted, expanded, and circled back together. Not long after, 7 black rings in the shape of the crosshairs floated above Noah's head. Snap! Under the gaze of Kay, who suddenly narrowed his eyes, Noah gently snapped his fingers. Kacha! The 7 black rings with horns that floated above Noah's head immediately disintegrated and reformed. After a rotation, they turned into a huge heavy cannon. Wang! Light appeared from the surrounding space. As if it was being absorbed, it shrunk into the muzzle of the heavy cannon. Kay's expression finally changed. Bang! At this moment, the light that gathered at the muzzle of the heavy cannon directly exploded and turned into a dark green beam of light. It shot out from the muzzle of the heavy cannon and directly pierced through the air as it rushed toward Kay. Hiya! Looking at the incoming beam of light, Kay roared and stretched out his hand. A pair of wings immediately popped out from the death feathers on his back. However, this time, the death feathers did not turn into a light blade, but a laser gun. Following Kay's roar, the red light at the muzzle of the laser gun in his hand suddenly surged. A red beam of light that was almost the same as the beam of light shot out. It rubbed against the air like a meteor and fiercely collided with the beam of light that was shooting toward him. The 2 beams of light that contained extremely terrifying power collided with a loud bang. An ear-piercing explosion suddenly resounded in the sky like thunder, causing many of the God Destroyer soldiers' minds to go blank. Lilith, who had seized the opportunity, attacked them head-on. In the sky, flames suddenly appeared. Despicable. I didn't expect you to have the same power as the Death Feathers. Kay, who originally had victory in his grasp, was like a beast that was about to die. He roared while holding the 2 guns that were ejected from the Death Feathers, and madly fired at Noah below. Shio 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 shio. The bullets that were shot out from the Death Feathers guns were not normal bullets, but red light bullets. They were like small bombs that pierced through space and turned into red dots that shot toward Noah below. In response, Noah stood in the same spot without moving. Once again, he snapped his fingers with a snap sound. Kacha! The heavy cannon that was suspended above Noah's head broke down and reformed in a cracking sound. In a short moment, it turned into a black hole-like jet port. Bang! Immediately after, a scorching flame surged out from the magician jet port and turned into a beam of fire that enveloped all the light bullets that were attacking. Bang, 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 bang. In a series of low explosive sounds, the light bullets that were enveloped by the beam of fire were all detonated in the flames. Rings of fire exploded and were completely annihilated. Whoosh! The impact of the shockwave was like a ripple that spread out from the rooftop. It was mixed with the wind and blew in all directions. The scorching flames illuminated the entire rooftop and the night sky, revealing the battle between the magician and the death feathers. Chapter 275. Die! Accompanied by Kay's angry yell, 3 bright red beams of light fell like meteors, bringing with them a whistling sound as they suddenly shot out. The 3 bright red beams of light were like 3 red lines. As they violently crossed each other, they just happened to completely cover all of Noah's escape routes. Clearly, Kay's control over external equipment like the death feather had already reached an extremely proficient level. That was also because he had painstakingly honed it in order to seek revenge on Noah. It was also because of this that Kay was so angry when he saw that Noah's magician had similar properties to the death feather. In order to defeat his opponent, he had painstakingly honed his death feather, all for the sake of revenge. In the end, he discovered that his opponent also had the same power. There was nothing more hateful than this. Unfortunately, Kay had overestimated his death feather and underestimated the magician. Although the death feather and the magician were similar existences, compared to the death feather, the magician's power was undoubtedly stronger. This was because not only could the death feather transform into a light blade, or a laser gun, the magician could also transform into various other forms, possessing various properties and effects. Myriad of changes. This was a power that the death feather absolutely did not possess. Kacha! With a calm expression, Noah lightly waved his hand. The black hole-like ejector above his head immediately rotated and disintegrated, turning into 3 smaller ejectors. In the instant that the air around the ejector slightly vibrated, 3 blazing red beams of fire quickly condensed and formed. With a spiral, they suddenly shot out, fiercely colliding with the 3 incoming red beams of light under the night sky. Boom boom boom. The beams of light and fire collided. It was as if bright fireworks were blooming in the night sky. Amidst the sounds of explosions that made people's hearts violently shrink, sparks and flames filled the sky. It's not over yet. Kay, whose eyes were incomparably red, roared as he controlled the wings of death on his back. The boundless red light that surged out from the wings of death on his back suddenly fluctuated and quickly wriggled. A moment later, it actually condensed into a pillar-like light blade. However, Kay didn't grab hold of this huge light blade. Instead, he let it float in the air and slowly rotate until it floated above his head. The red light on the blade's surface condensed a terrifying amount of energy, causing the red light to expand greatly. Noah narrowed his eyes and finally moved. Da-da. With 2 clear sounds of hitting the ground, Noah abruptly leaped back and retreated a distance. In the process of retreating, Noah even stretched out his index and middle fingers and raised them toward the sky. Buzz! As Noah moved, the magician began to reassemble from the 3 black hole-like nozzles, forming a triangular black instrument. Phew! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. One by one, the black triangular instruments flew out like streams of light, leaving behind streaks of starlight. Like a light pen, they carved out a precise geometric pattern in the air, causing the precise geometric pattern to blossom with a burst of bright light, as if it was a dazzling sun. Looking at the marvelous geometric pattern in front of Noah and the dazzling light exploding from it, Kay's expression became very uncertain. Regarding the fact that after his equipment had been adjusted and made according to his own exclusive, armor steel, and wings of death, his strength had greatly increased and he was unable to easily take down Noah, Kay felt incomparably angry. However, Kay couldn't help but admit that even if he didn't take into account the fact that he was a level 4 surpasser, Noah's combat experience, combat skills, and combat methods were truly endless. It was like a bottomless pit, making it impossible for others to see through his true strength. Therefore, no matter how angry Kay was in his heart, he constantly reminded himself that he had to be cautious. In order to deal with an opponent with endless methods, Kay could only think of one method. I have to end this quickly. As this thought flashed through his mind, Kay's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and a fierce shout filled with cold killing intent resounded. Go! As the shout fell, the gigantic blade of light floating above Kay's head trembled, and an extremely sharp sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. One could only see the enormous, light blade, madly spinning, and with a sharp cry, it violently swept out like a wheel of light. Phew! The enormous wheel of light's speed was so fast that it seemed to be able to pierce through the obstruction of space. In just a few flashes, the enormous wheel of light, which in the eyes of others could only see a flash of light in the air, appeared only a few meters away from Noah. It was just like Moonlight Glass Rabbit's Mad Snake Ring, but its power was even more powerful. It mercilessly cut towards Noah's direction. However, just as the enormous wheel of light was about to land on Noah's body, an intricate geometric pattern that seemed to be formed by light appeared in front of Noah's body. It immediately became like a shield, and with a spin, it stood in front of Noah for a long time. The enormous wheel of light ferociously shot over and fiercely collided with it. Boom! The terrifying sound of the collision was like a sudden clap of thunder, resounding through the air. Lilith and the God Destroyer, who were still fighting, were caught off guard, and their ears buzzed. Even their vision became slightly blurry. Peng 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 peng. The enormous wheel of light relentlessly attacked the intricate geometric pattern that had turned into a light shield, causing waves of shockwaves to madly undulate. This caused the air to become distorted from the collision, and a series of sonic booms exploded, causing violent sparks to fly in all directions. Goo! The earth-shattering shockwaves spread out, causing Kay, who was relying on the power of feathers of death, to float in the air, to be affected as well. He reflexively raised his hand and blocked in front of him. In the next moment, Kay's expression suddenly changed. Pang! Just as Kay's expression changed, a muffled explosion sounded out. Below him, a figure with a whirlpool of brilliance under his feet suddenly shot out from the center of the shockwaves and blazing sparks. Leap! Noah finally used the speed-boosting skill, Leap Forward, that had led to the decisive defeat of Kay in the previous battle. A dazzling brilliance formed from a whirlpool-like shockwave spread out under his feet. It was as if he was directly stepping on air. With a sudden kick, he swept into the air like a lightning bolt. You're courting death. Seeing that Noah actually dared to directly rush into the air, Kay immediately let out an angry laugh. With feathers of death, not only did he have the ability to fly, he also had abnormally strong mobility. It could be said that the sky had completely become Kay's domain. Noah rushing into the air like this was no different from courting death. However, in the next moment, the angry smile on Kay's face stiffened. Dong! Noah, who had rushed into the air, suddenly turned his body, and a whirlpool of brilliance appeared under his feet. It was as if he was really stepping on flat ground, and in the midst of the sonic boom, he fiercely stepped on the air and suddenly flew in another direction. The principle of leap was the same as annihilation strike, using the shockwaves to accelerate one's movement. It was not impossible to think of it as a propeller installed on the soles of one's feet. Naturally, Noah could also use the technique of leap to create shockwaves, and use the momentum of the shockwaves to change direction in midair. That's right. It was as if he was stepping on air. Dong 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 dong. Amidst the sonic booms, Noah's feet, which were filled with a dazzling light due to the Great Leap Forward technique, kept stomping on the air, causing Noah's figure to turn into a ray of light. He kept changing his direction, leaving behind afterimages, as if he was flying from all directions. While Kay was absent-minded for a moment, a dazzling brilliance suddenly appeared behind him. Feeling the strong wind coming from behind him, Kay's face showed a hint of shock. Immediately after, a fist that was similar to a whirlpool of resplendent light instantly arrived like a bolt of lightning and heavily landed on Kay's back. Pang! A muffled sound shook the night sky. Poochie! A mouthful of dark red blood violently spurted out from Kay's mouth, turning into a flower of blood that spread to the horizon. Chapter 276. Pang! Amidst the ear-piercing sound, Kay, who had spat out a mouthful of blood, fell from the night sky like a kite with its string cut. Like a piece of trash, he heavily smashed into a corner of the rooftop. Pang! The rooftop's floor cracked open from the impact. Gravel flew up like water splashing in all directions. Damn it! Feeling the intense pain coming from his back, Kay let out a furious roar. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and just as he was about to struggle up from the ground, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air reverberated through the air. Kay's heart trembled. He felt an intense sense of danger, but he only had enough time to flip over. Immediately after, a burst of light filled his vision. It was the same as the Death Feather's light blade. However, it didn't look like a blade, but more like a needle. It was a pitch-black light blade that extended from 4 pitch-black cylindrical handles. Accompanied by the sound of the wind, 4 pitch-black lightsabers extended from the pitch-black cylindrical handles fell from the sky. Kay's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as the lightsabers cut through the air and landed on his body. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Following the crisp tearing sounds, the 4 pitch-black light blades were like real giant needles. They mercilessly pierced through Kay's 4 limbs. While crimson blood spurted out, Kay's body was firmly nailed to the ground. Ah! The intense pain from his hands and feet made Kay cry out in pain. He once again spat out a mouthful of blood. The exclusive, steel equipment worn by Kay was undoubtedly more suitable for Kay than the ordinary steel equipment, and its performance was also much better than the normal steel equipment. It gave Kay a physical strength that was comparable to a rank 4 surpasser. Its defense and hardness were also much higher than the average steel armor. Thus, although the power of Noah's annihilation strike was very strong, it was only used with the strength of a level 4 surpasser. It only caused some damage to Kay, but it didn't really make him lose his ability to fight. However, it was different for the light needles formed by the magicians. Kay, whose 4 limbs had been pierced, was unable to continue fighting even if he wasn't fatally wounded. Kay had originally wanted to end the battle quickly, but in the end, he was defeated by Noah even faster. Kay lifted his pale face with difficulty and looked up at the night sky. Over there, Noah, who had transformed the magician into an external equipment similar to the Death Feather, equipped it on his back like 4 pitch-black wings. He slowly descended from the sky and entered Kay's sight. His eyes and face were abnormally calm. This calmness deeply stimulated him. The magician, who had transformed into the Death Feather form, caused Kay to feel even more resentment in his heart. Only now did Kay realize that the sky was not his domain. Noah could also turn the magician into the Death Feather state at any time and fly in the sky. However, in order to catch him off guard, and also in order to defeat him, Noah chose to use the element of surprise and high speed, leap forward, causing Kay to lose to this technique for the second time. Understanding this point, Kay roared with incomparable resentment. Noah Doloah! A roar full of resentment resounded throughout the sky above the rooftop. You piece of trash! Realizing that Kay had already been defeated, Edward's face was filled with fear as he crazily yelled out. Even with the steel installation and death feathers that I specially made for you, you can't win against a brat who hasn't even graduated yet. Trash! Trash! Just as Edward finished speaking, a laser beam suddenly pierced through the air and landed heavily in front of Edward. Bang! The ground in front of Edward was suddenly blasted open by the laser beam, leaving behind a charred hole that emitted light smoke. "Shut up!" Noah, who was floating in the air, glanced at Edward, a cold light flashing through his eyes. "You don't have the right to say that, you useless piece of trash." Strictly speaking, to be able to develop equipment like the steel installation, Edward could not be considered useless. However, when he was still in the Dawn organization, Edward knew that his concept of developing external skeletons was not in line with the absolute duo concept of developing soul power. However, not only did he not reflect on it, he even betrayed his original organization and continued to walk down this path that deviated from the main theme. This person simply did not deserve the title of Seven Luminaries, which was based on the absolute duo. Therefore, no matter how talented Edward was, on the path of the absolute duo, he was still useless. Edward fell to the ground with a "pa" sound, his face ashen. And with Edward's fall, coupled with the defeat of the strongest K, those God Destroyer suddenly lost their will to fight. Bang, 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 bang. Lilith, who seized the opportunity, immediately pulled the trigger of her rifle, shooting down the God Destroyer one by one. By the way, before this, there were already 10 God Destroyer that fell under Lilith's rifle. The steel installation that had been completely adjusted could probably give these God Destroyer the strength of a level 3 surpasser. Lilith was also level 3. Relying on the uniqueness of the rifle, Lilith was able to defeat level 3 unscathed when she was level 1. Now, even if her opponents were 30 God Destroyers equivalent to level 3, Lilith was still not at a disadvantage. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before all the God Destroyer here fell. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! K, who was nailed to the ground by the pitch-black light needle, laughed wildly. His eyes were fixed on Noah's body as he growled. "Kill me." K had said the same thing last time. However, that time, Noah spared his life because of his relationship with Lilith. Now, looking at K, who was laughing wildly, as if he had gone mad, and his eyes were lifeless, Noah knew. This person must have been living a life worse than death. Aware of this, Noah closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. "As you wish." After saying this, the death feather form of the magician immediately flew out a wing-like black floating cannon, and the muzzle of the cannon condensed a bright light. Whoosh! The emerald green laser cut through the air and landed on K's head. Poochie! With a soft tearing sound, the laser penetrated K's head. K's wild laughter came to an abrupt end. Fresh blood, with K's head as the center, spread in all directions. Wang! The pitch-black light sword that penetrated K's 4 limbs dispersed with a vibrating sound. The 4 cylindrical handles also disintegrated into pitch-black fragments and floated into the air. Bang! The death feather form of the magician behind Noah exploded and also disintegrated into pieces of pitch-black fragments, floating above Noah's head. Not long after, all the fragments of the magician burned together with blue flames, turning into little blue flames and gradually dissipating into the air. Without looking at K, who fell on the ground, Noah turned around and walked towards the rooftop entrance. There, Lilith, whose dress was slightly damaged but not injured, welcomed Noah's arrival with a gentle smile that was rarely seen. Looking at the smile on Lilith's face, Noah was silent for a while, then sighed. "Sorry, my soul is still stained with blood red." Hearing this, Lilith smiled and shook her head. "But, you also erased the darkness in other people's souls." Saying this, Lilith stepped forward and hugged Noah. "Thank you for your hard work, my partner." Listening to Lilith's soft voice as she buried her head in his arms, smelling the delicate fragrance from Lilith's body, and feeling Lilith's slender, soft, and curvy body, Noah hesitated for a moment, then finally reached out and gently hugged Lilith. With her eyes closed, Lilith, who leaned her face in Noah's arms, slowly smiled. Because this was the first time Noah responded to Lilith's intimate actions. Chapter 277. The sky slowly lit up, allowing the sun to once again shine on the earth, bringing life back to the earth. At dawn, in the hotel, many celebrities brought their subordinates and greeted the upper echelons of the Dawn organization, who were the hosts. Then, they boarded a luxury car and left. It couldn't be helped. Although only one night had passed, many of the rich and delicate celebrities were almost scared out of their wits during this night. Under the attack of the God Destroyer Squad, other than the God Destroyer Squad that was controlled by Edward and the God Destroyer Squad that was held hostage by Noah, there were about 30 God Destroyer Squad that had snuck into the hotel and planted bombs in the hotel. After the bombs exploded, they took control of the celebrities. Originally, these God Destroyer Squad only needed to take control of the celebrities. After they met up with the God Destroyer Squad, led by Edward and Kay, their mission would be more than half complete. Unfortunately, these 30 God Destroyer Squad were quickly attacked by the Surpasser, led by Moonlight Glass Rabbit. The God Destroyer Squad leader that was in charge of leading this God Destroyer Squad was also pinned down by Ivan and Julie. In the end, he was knocked down by Ninefold Totoro. Although the rest of the God Destroyer Squad had the strength of a Surpasser, the Tomb Protectors were also at least rank 3. There were even 4 or 5 rank 4 leaders and the rank V Moonlight Glass Rabbit. They were completely no match for them and were all knocked down. In the end, other than Kay, who died in battle, all of the God Destroyer Squad were captured alive and escorted out of the hotel under the escort of the Tomb Protectors. Edward, who had one of his legs pierced, seemed to have made a fuss. He put on a strong front and said that he had to be released. However, after the incident, 99th Lunar Night and Edward chatted for about 10 minutes in a room. It was unknown what 99th Lunar Night said to Edward, but when Edward appeared again, his face was completely ashen. He didn't say anything and was obediently taken away. This incident seemed to have come to an end. After all, even if the attackers were all arrested, the fact that the shattered feather had been stolen could not be changed. With the loss of the shattered feather and the shock of the crowd, there was naturally no way for the appreciation convention to continue. They could only announce the end of the convention. However, before the celebrities left, 99 Lunar Nights appeared before everyone and made the following solemn promise. This time, it's our Dawn organization's lack of hospitality that caused everyone to receive such a shock. We will give everyone a certain amount of compensation and will continue to search for the whereabouts of the shattered feather. When the time comes, we will definitely give everyone a more perfect appreciation party. Thus, the Art Appreciation Conference came to an end. As for Noah, after retrieving the shattered feather, he had naturally completed his mission in this world. Just as Noah was thinking about how to say goodbye to the group of girls who had a good relationship with him, 99th Lunar Night personally came to him and solved his problem. Retrieve the shattered feather. With regards to 99th Lunar Night's words, Noah was completely stunned. Not to mention Noah, apart from Ya, who was still in shock in the other room, Ivanli, Julie, and Lilith were all stunned. Lilith was the first to react, looking at 99th Lunar Night with a serious gaze. Lunar Night, what's going on? I hope you can call me chairman in this kind of situation. 99th Lunar Night closed her eyes and said expressionlessly. I know you are very surprised, but the shattered feather must be retrieved. Not to mention that I have already announced as the highest person in charge of the Dawn organization that I will reopen the appreciation convention for the shattered feather. Even the intruder who stole the shattered feather must be arrested. Hearing 99th Lunar Night's words, Ivanli, Julie, and Lilith looked at each other. Noah also frowned slightly. 99th Lunar Night's words actually had a deep meaning. Why was it that after the shattered feather was stolen, the 99th Lunar Night announced that they would recover the shattered feather in the future and reopen the appreciation fair? Was that necessary? Moreover, 99th Lunar Night said that she must arrest the intruder who stole the shattered feather. Was that really just because she wanted to arrest the intruder? I'm afraid not. What 99th Lunar Night really cared about was not the shattered feather, but the intruder who stole the shattered feather. There were 2 reasons. 1. Find out the intruder's true identity. The identity here did not refer to the name of the intruder, but whether or not the intruder was a surpasser. After all, the intruder this time could use the blaze, so it was very likely that the intruder was a surpasser. If the intruder was not a surpasser, then it would be fine. But if the intruder was a surpasser, then how did the intruder hide the true power of the blaze from the Dawn organization, or how did the intruder rise to rank 4 without anyone knowing? These questions must be investigated clearly. Otherwise, the Dawn organization's management mechanism might have some major problems that 99th Lunar Night did not discover, leading to a lot of loopholes. 2. Absolute Duo. 99th Lunar Night was definitely interested in the intruder's ability to steal the power of the blaze. In order to achieve her ultimate goal, the demonized 99th Lunar Night would not let go of any possibility. It was understandable that she would want to find the intruder, and even firmly control the intruder in her own hands. Of course, the first reason could be thought of by everyone present. As for the second reason, it was probably only Noah and Lilith who understood 99th Lunar Night's true nature could guess it. Lunar Night. Lilith wanted to say something, but Noah reached out his hand and stopped Lilith from speaking. Why me? Noah looked straight at 99th Lunar Night. Other than me, there should be a lot of high-level existences in the Dawn organization. Even the Wayan unit would be more suitable to hunt down the intruder who stole the shattered feather, right? This was indeed the biggest question in Noah's heart. There was no reason for 99th Lunar Night to let Noah be solely responsible for hunting down the intruder who stole the shattered feather, right? Whether or not the intruder's strength was really only rank 4, or whether or not Noah could capture him, just based on the fact that Noah was only a student, there was no reason for him to be given the task of hunting down criminals. Moreover, he was alone. Hearing Noah's question, 99th Lunar Night's dark eyes slightly flickered. 99th Lunar Night naturally couldn't tell Noah that this was deliberately arranged by her. Originally, this appreciation convention was held to train Noah. However, after this incident, 99th Lunar Night found that Noah was more capable than she thought. Not everything could force him to a dead end and force out his inner potential. If this was the case, simply arranging a trial for him might not be able to test Noah's potential and let Noah increase his strength. Even if Noah stayed in the school, there might not be any way for him to increase his strength. Therefore, 99th Lunar Night decided to let Noah carry out the task of arresting the intruder who stole the shattered feather as an excuse to let Noah go out to explore the outside world. She believed that the friction between two souls with such special individuals would definitely produce wonderful sparks. Unfortunately, what 99th Lunar Night didn't know was that Noah and the so-called intruder were the same person. Therefore, 99th Lunar Night pursed her lips and smiled, giving such an answer. I believe in your ability. As soon as these words came out, a stifling silence suddenly filled the entire room. Shua Yi, Lilith said directly. Isn't this decision too rash and hasty? 99th Lunar Night didn't pay attention to Lilith and continued to look at Noah. Her dark eyes carried an expression that others couldn't understand as she stared at Noah. 99th Lunar Night's intuition told her. Noah would definitely agree. Reality proved that 99th Lunar Night's intuition was right. After a while, Noah suddenly smiled. I understand. His voice clearly echoed throughout the room. I will accept this task. Chapter 278. Noah was about to carry out the mission of arresting the intruder who stole the broken feather. The duration of the mission was unknown. Moreover, it was to be carried out immediately. This news quickly spread throughout the Dawn organization's tomb protectors who were still in the hotel. Regarding this decision, everyone expressed that they were very puzzled, and many people expressed their indignation. Such an important mission, and the danger was unknown, and the duration of the mission was unknown. Why would the Dawn organization give it to a student who was still in school and had not yet graduated? Even if this student had successfully ascended to rank 4 when only 1/3 of the first year was over, not to mention his excellent grades, his combat strength was also very outstanding, but there was no reason to give such a mission to him, right? After all, Regardless of the level of combat strength, when carrying out a mission, there were many things that required experience. And this experience might not be able to be taught in the 3 years he was still in school. Now, a student who had only finished 1/3 of the first year, even if his strength was outstanding, how much experience could he learn in carrying out missions? In addition, he was carrying out the mission alone, which made countless people even more puzzled. It was said that because of this matter, several Rank 4 Tomb Protectors captains directly protested in front of 99 Lunar Knights, and strongly requested that the Tomb Protectors carry out the mission. Whether it was for Noah's safety or for the sake of the reputation of the Tomb Guardians, all the Tomb Guardians hoped that this mission could be handed over to them to carry out. However, no matter what anyone said, no matter how good the reason was, 99 Lunar Knights still insisted on letting Noah carry out this mission, causing the group of Tomb Protectors to be completely speechless. 99 Lunar Knights was the highest person in charge of the Dawn organization. Since 99 Lunar Knights had made an assertion, as a subordinate, what else could the Tomb Protectors say? This matter was decided just like that. It was still the holiday period. When Ivanli, Julie, Lilith, Tachibana, Kyujituryu, and Kawai Hozaki returned to the school, this matter should quickly spread in the school, making Noah's name temporarily the most frequently mentioned name in the school, right? As for this mission, Noah felt that it was just right. Noah had already retrieved the world fragment, and it was time to leave this world. Now, with this mission, Noah could leave the school openly and use it as an excuse to say goodbye to the girls and return to the world between worlds to continue his journey of collecting the world fragments. In any case, the intruder who stole the shattered feather was Noah himself. There was no reason for him to chase after himself, right? As for what he would do when he returned to this world, that was something he would have to consider in the future. The Dawn organization's team will leave the hotel in the afternoon. 99 Lunar Knights indicated that Noah didn't need to return to the academy and could leave at any time. In this regard, Noah was also happy to have less trouble. He decided on the spot to set off in the afternoon to carry out the so-called hunting mission. After knowing that Noah was about to leave for an unknown period of time, the group of girls all gathered in a room to talk. At this moment, although Julie still had an expressionless face, the ahog on her head drooped listlessly, showing the depression in her heart. For the time being, I can't sleep with Noah. Yeah. Lilith also felt a little uncomfortable and was very unhappy. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Did the chairman really decide to let Noah carry out the hunting mission? Orange Bar, who wasn't present at the time, frowned. Isn't this decision a bit too much? As a result, Orange Bar could only use the word too much to describe 99 Lunar Knights' decision. After all, no matter what, Noah was still a first-year student. He hadn't learned much about missions and work, and it was really inappropriate to give him a mission. How about we go and report to the chairman? Ya's face was full of worry. It's really not good to let Noah carry out such a dangerous mission alone. Julie nodded and gave a concise reply. At least give Noah a teammate. It's useless. The one who said this was Noah's double-edged sword, Lilith. It's not that easy to change what the Lunar Knights have decided on. Besides, a mission is a mission. Following orders is fundamental. It's best if we don't do something that goes against orders. There won't be any results even if we do. Huh? Yo was shocked. Even Lilith can't do anything? No, even if I'm special. Lilith sighed. Besides, that child's decision isn't something I can disobey. The scene suddenly became silent. Julie looked at Ivan, who had been silent the whole time, but found that Ivan was in a daze. She pulled on Ivan's clothes in confusion. Ivan, what's wrong? Huh? Ivan woke up with a start. When he found that everyone was looking at him, he quickly waved his hand and shook his head. It's nothing, it's nothing. I was just in a daze for a while. However, whether it was Lilith, Orange Bar, Ya, or even Julie, who didn't know how to read people's expressions, they could all see that Ivan's smile was more or less forced. Lilith looked at Ivanli with her green eyes. Are you very worried? Ivan was at a loss for words, and his tea-colored eyes dimmed slightly. Looks like you're not just worried. Lilith seemed to be able to see through Ivan's heart and smiled sweetly. You're blaming yourself. Blaming yourself for not being able to help, right? Ivan's shoulders trembled for a moment. At this moment, everyone present noticed it. Ivan. Julie reached out and held Ivan's hand. Her deep red eyes were filled with deep worry. Ivan Richon. Ya also held Ivan's other hand, but didn't know what to say. Where is Noah now? Orange Bar asked. Does he plan to leave without saying anything? My partner seems to hate parting. Lilith pretended to be relaxed. Although he hasn't left yet, when Kyuju Turyu and Kawai Hokusaki knew that Noah was about to leave, they immediately took Noah away. They said that they don't know when Noah will come back. Before Noah leaves, the two want to fight him again. With that said, Lilith glanced at Ivanli and muttered to herself, not knowing who she was talking to. So, if you have something to say to him, it's best to say it now. Ivan lowered his head and buried his face in the shadow of his bangs. No one could see his current expression. Where's Lilith? Orange Bar asked Lilith in surprise. Doesn't Lilith have anything to say to Noah? Among the girls present, Ivan and Julie formed a temporary, tripping double blade, with Noah when they entered the school. They knew each other from the beginning. Lilith transferred over later, but she was Noah's official, tripping double blade. The people who had the best relationship with Noah in the school were undoubtedly Ivan, Julie, and Lilith. Even Orange Bar, who had the lowest EQ, didn't believe that Lilith didn't feel anything when Noah left. Jolie-chan, Ya also said softly to Julie. Jolie-chan, don't you want to say goodbye to Noah? Yeah, Julie nodded heavily. Her eyes were filled with reluctance, but more than that, there was trust. If it's Noah, it's definitely not a problem. That's my tripping double blade. I don't want to remove the tripping double blade from Noah. Not now. Noah is so outstanding. I believe I won't have such thoughts in the future. Lilith showed a beautiful smile and spat out a sentence with inexplicable confidence. He will definitely come back to me. Looking at Lilith's confident expression, Julie, Orange Bar, and Ya all felt admiration for Lilith. Immediately after, all the girls present turned to look at Ivanli. Under the gaze of the girls, Ivan opened his mouth slightly, gritted his teeth, and suddenly stood up. I'm going out for a while. Leaving this sentence, Ivan ran out of the room. Julie, Orange Bar, and Ya all looked at the direction Ivan left in speechless. Lilith curled her lips and muttered. I'll let you have it this time. If you don't seize the opportunity, you won't have another chance in the future. Chapter 279. Hiya. Pulling his fist behind his back like a bow, his entire fist was covered by a whirlpool-like halo of airflow. While roaring, he charged forward. His fist was like the heavy hammer of the thunder god, and in the midst of a muffled explosion, it blasted forward. There, Noah wasn't wearing a uniform, but rather a shirt, trousers, and a jacket. He raised his eyes and stared at the 9-layer penetrations that had mercilessly used its strongest attack on him. The corners of his mouth curled up. Wang! At some point, Noah also pulled his fist behind him like a drawn bow. Around his fist, specks of golden brilliance appeared, like bright golden starlight, converging on Noah's fist. In the end, it also turned into a whirlpool-like halo of airflow, illuminating the surroundings. Without the slightest hesitation. Regardless of whether it was Noah or the 9-layer penetrations, both were truly terrifying attacks. Even the air was scorching due to the friction between the attacks. They were like two cannonballs as they ruthlessly bombarded each other. In the next instant, the fists that were enveloped by the swirling airflow collided with each other. Bang! Amidst the thunderous explosion, the violent shockwave carried with it a thick smoke and dust, like a stormy sea, surging in all directions. Kacha, kacha! Wherever the shockwaves passed, the ground cracked open inch by inch. Pa, 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 pa! In an extremely straightforward manner, the surrounding trees seemed to have been smashed by an invisible heavy hammer. Under the assault of the shockwave, the trees were snapped at the waist and fell to the side, stirring up countless pieces of wood that shot out like bullets in all directions. Thick smoke and dust filled the air. At the center of the thick smoke and dust, two figures emerged from the two sides of the mushroom-like smoke and flew out. They rushed out of the area covered by the smoke and dust and stabilized themselves. However, the situation of the two people who flew out of the smoke and dust was somewhat different. The 9-layer penetration seemed to have crashed into a wall at an extremely fast speed, and was fiercely bounced back. Not only was his figure in a sorry state, but he also violently retreated a dozen steps in the heavy sound of thump thump thump, and then he struggled to stabilize his body. Noah, on the other hand, was just the opposite. His body was as light as a feather, as though he was blown by a light breeze. He leaped out of the smoke and dust and tapped the ground twice with the tip of his feet. Then, he simply landed on the ground. His clothes were not dirty at all. From the performance and state of the two, it could be seen who was stronger and who was weaker. Ha! The 9-layer penetrations gasped for breath, staring at Noah on the opposite side. After a while, he raised his hand. The hand was shaking. Moreover, blood was still oozing out. Glancing at Noah, who appeared to be calm and carefree, and then glancing at his slightly trembling fist that was dripping with blood, 9-layer towed to his side and sat down on the ground with a "pa" sound. Forget it, I won't fight, consider it my loss. The 9-layer penetrations used the predecessor of the annihilation strike, that Noah had not modified. Therefore, using this move would put a great burden on the body of the 9-layer penetrations. Even the 9-layer penetrations could only be used twice a day, and the limit was 3 times. However, after using it 3 times, he could not even think of getting up from the ground. Although he had only used it once, the 9-layer penetrations could still feel the pain in his arm, and it was very difficult to move it again. That was not only because 9-layer penetration had used a move that placed a heavy burden on the body, but also because the power of Noah's annihilation strike was greater than 9-layer penetration, causing 9-layer penetration's arm to be injured even more. Under such circumstances, even if he could use this move one more time, the 9-layer penetrations felt that he wouldn't be able to raise his fist. He might as well just admit defeat and be done with it. Finally willing to admit defeat? Compared to the 9-layer penetrations, Noah just shook his fist and then said to the 9-layer penetrations with a smile that was not a smile. I thought you wouldn't admit defeat if I didn't beat you down like Hoochie did. Really? Useless. Not far from the ground, Oki, who was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, said sarcastically. Being defeated by someone who stole a move from you, it doesn't feel good, right? I don't want to be mocked by someone who can't even land a punch. The 9-layer penetrations also mocked Oki. At least I found a chance to land a punch. Humph. Oki choked and angrily snorted. Ha! The 9-layer penetrations laughed a few times, then sighed after a while. In the end, I couldn't even defeat you once before you left. There's nothing to be sad about. Noah stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and pulled the 9-layer penetrations up from the ground, and looked straight into his eyes. There's no end to learning, and everyone has to constantly improve. Right now, you're already at level 3, and I've also smoothly risen to level 4. You're becoming stronger, and so am I. It's just a matter of whether you can become stronger than me. That's right. Oki struggled to stand up from the ground. You're stronger now, but that doesn't mean you'll be stronger than us in the future. Hearing this, Noah shook his head and laughed. Then let's see if you can catch up. When he said this, Noah wasn't being perfunctory. Even if there was a hidden power in his body that was much stronger than what was shown on the surface, Noah didn't think that he could always lead. Not because of anything else, but because a person's potential was limitless. Cookie Tokusaki was one thing, but Ninefold Tokusatsu gave Noah the same feeling as Naz and Rintaro. They both had unlimited possibilities. Therefore, if one day, the 9-layer penetrations suddenly became very strong, stronger than Noah when he showed his true strength, Noah wouldn't be surprised, let alone deny such a possibility. It was precisely because of this mentality that Noah could continue to grow without taking credit for himself. He was becoming stronger every minute and every second. The 9-layer penetrations took a deep breath, extended his bleeding fist at Noah, and said with a determined face, "Let's fight again next time." Noah smiled and nodded. He extended his fist, and didn't care that the 9-layer penetrations was still bleeding, and heavily bumped his fist with the 9-layer penetrations. "Let's fight again next time." "Hey!" Oki was suddenly dissatisfied. "Don't forget about me." Ha 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 ha. Noah and the 9-layer penetrations suddenly laughed out loud. At this time, a figure trotted to the scene. Originally, he was running and panting, but when he saw Noah, his footsteps slowed down, and slowly approached. Noah naturally noticed, and turned his head, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. "Ivanli." Ivanli was panting and calming his breathing, and didn't speak. He just quietly looked at Noah, and Noah didn't know what to say. The 9-layer penetrations and Oki looked at each other, and tactfully left quietly, and walked towards the direction of the hotel. At the scene, only Noah and Ivanli were left. "What's wrong?" Noah scratched his cheek. "What's the matter?" Ivanli still didn't speak. He just stepped forward, grabbed Noah's hand, and silently walked towards the hotel. Noticing that Ivanli seemed to have something to say to him, Noah didn't break away from Ivanli's hand, and followed Ivanli's lead, walking forward. Hotel, rooftop. After a night, there were still traces of the fierce battle from last night on the rooftop. There were scorch marks and holes everywhere, and it was a complete mess. Especially the place where the military transport aircraft used by the God Destroyer troop was originally located. There was a large area of scorch marks, showing the intensity of the fire last night. Under Ivanli's lead, Noah came to the messy rooftop. Whoosh! The wind blew past, and raised Noah's coat, as well as Ivanli's ponytail and skirt. Standing on the edge of the rooftop, looking into the distance, Noah and Ivanli stood side by side, and didn't speak, temporarily enjoying the peace. However, this peace was destined to last for a long time. Because time was limited. "Hey!" Not long after, under the light breeze, Ivanli said such a sentence. It sounded like a soliloquy, but also like a plea, and it was almost covered by the wind, as if he was absent-minded. "How can I become as strong as you?" Noah didn't expect Ivanli's first sentence to be like this, and directly froze. Chapter 280. Ivanli. Noah called Ivanli tentatively. He really didn't understand why Ivanli would suddenly ask such a question. Ivanli seemed to be aware of this. He didn't look at Noah. Instead, he looked into the distance and said to himself, "Do you remember why I became a surpasser and entered Haolang Academy?" Noah nodded. Because of this, Noah was even more confused. The reason why Ivanli accepted the Daybreak Star rune, became a surpasser, and entered Haolang Academy was all for his family business. For the sake of the small factory left by his grandfather that was about to close down, Ivanli chose to enter Haolang Academy. This was not only because he could earn 100,000 yen a month for his living expenses if he studied in the academy, but also because if he successfully graduated from the academy, he could join the Dawn organization's security force and become a tomb protector, earning a high salary that ordinary people could not obtain. With this money, Ivanli could revitalize his family business. Therefore, all along, Ivanli's biggest goal was to work hard to reach level 3. Only by successfully rising to rank 3, could Ivanli successfully graduate from the academy and enter the Dawn organization to work. This goal was basically achieved by Ivanli. In other words, as long as he could reach level 3, Ivanli would be satisfied. He didn't particularly force himself to be strong. However, now, Ivanli asked a question that was completely different from his previous plan. Become stronger. Ivanli, do you also want to become stronger? Actually, in the beginning, I wanted to become stronger. Ivanli seemed to be able to guess what Noah was thinking. His gem-like eyes met with Noah's eyes. That's because the first person I met in school, my roommate from Tripping Double Blade, for only a week, is a very strong person. With such a strong friend by his side, if I can't catch up to him, I feel like I don't have the qualifications to stand beside him. However, I gave up in the end. Ivanli said in a relieved and less stubborn tone, his face relaxed. He's really ridiculously strong. It's fine if he's just strong, but the speed of his progress makes people feel powerless. He's also very experienced and knowledgeable. It's impossible to catch up with him with just a little effort. So, although I've tried my best to catch up with him, I've never thought of catching up with him. Just like that, in the constant pursuit, I successfully rose to a rank 3. At this point, a slightly bitter smile appeared on Ivanli's face. If I want to successfully graduate from the academy, I only need to reach rank 3. Because I successfully reached rank 3, I began to feel satisfied. Unknowingly, I actually forgot that I still have to catch up to him and not let him leave me behind. Noah fell silent. He had already guessed what Ivanli wanted to say. Julie is very strong. That child should be the strongest girl besides Lilith. Ba comes from a martial arts family and his combat power is also very high. Lilith is even more so. Even if Julie and Ba fight together, they might not be able to win against Lilith. Ivanli showed an extremely confused expression. Compared to them, although I'm also rank 3, I'm not that strong. If I'm stronger, I can fight side by side with you like Lilith. You're already very strong. Noah finally couldn't help but say this. In the entire first grade, your combat power can definitely be ranked in the top 5. Even compared to the upper grades, you're not inferior. But, I still can't help, right? Ivanli smiled weakly at Noah. I'm sorry, Noah. Actually, I really want to fight with you. Ivanli. Undoubtedly, in his heart, he had the urge to say a lot of things to Ivanli. But in the end, Noah only called out Ivanli's name. The words that were in his throat couldn't be spat out. Seeing Noah's speechless expression, Ivanli laughed instead. I'm just complaining. The haze on his pretty face was swept away, and he regained his usual cheerfulness. Ivanli gave Noah a little punch and teased. You don't have to be so embarrassed. After that, Ivanli turned around, took a few steps forward, and then turned around again, facing Noah. With his hands behind his back, he bent down, and his gem-like eyes sparkled as he looked straight at Noah. However, I will no longer be satisfied with my current strength. Reaching rank 3, my previous goal can be considered completed. Now, my new goal is to catch up with you and become stronger. Stronger than Julie, stronger than Lilith, and even stronger than you. Have you made a promise with me? Like a child, Ivan stretched out his little finger and stared at Noah. I will definitely become stronger, so next time, you can't drive me away, you must let me fight with you. Looking at Ivanli, who stood in front of him and stretched out his pinky, with an unquestionable expression on his pretty face, Noah seemed to have returned to the time when he first entered Haolang Academy. Ouch! Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose, are you okay? It's okay, it's just a touch, it doesn't hurt that much. It's my fault for moving my head closer, otherwise, I wouldn't have touched it. Moving closer. Moving closer. Ah. Sorry, because I was very interested in the things inside, I unconsciously moved closer. It should be something like a bamboo sword, right? I also learned a bit of swordsmanship, and I used to carry a bamboo sword bag just like you, so I was a little curious and followed behind you, you don't mind, right? The young girl with a brown ponytail said to Noah, who was carrying a knightly sword on his back, as if she was suddenly enlightened. Oh right, let me introduce myself. My name is Ivanli Nagankang. Nice to meet you. Thinking back to the cheerful girl at that time, Noah felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Ivanli, you are the first friend I made in this world. Noah reached out his hand and put his little finger on Ivanli's little finger. Looking straight into Ivanli's eyes, Noah smiled in a carefree manner. I believe that the next time we meet, you will be much stronger than you are now. At that time, let's fight side by side. Okay. Ivanli smiled sweetly, her smile unprecedentedly beautiful. It's a promise. Under the sky, on the rooftop, a man and a woman's pinky linked under each other's witness, not letting go for a long time. In the afternoon, with 99 lunar nights as the leader, Eugenli Bunny and the three kingdoms accompanying them, Ivanli, Julie, Lilith, Tachiba, Ya, Kyujuju Turyu, Koei Tokusaki, and a group of Dawn Organization's tomb guardians all left the hotel and left in a luxury car. After parting with Ivanli on the rooftop, Noah didn't meet a second person. No matter if it was Julie, Lilith, Tachiba, or Ya, none of them came to say goodbye to Noah. They all followed the group and returned to the school. Noah on the rooftop also didn't say goodbye to the group of girls. He just watched the luxury cars leave until all the cars disappeared at the end of the road. Only then did Noah disappear from the rooftop and return to Between Worlds. Ding! With a light crisp sound, the two pieces of broken feather gently merged together in the air under Noah's gaze and became whole again. Its whole body emitted a soft white light, and like a little bird, it cheerfully circled around Noah. Phew! Noah let out a sigh of relief and exhaled a scorching hot breath. However, just as Noah let out a sigh of relief, the piece of feather that had just recovered rotated and came in front of Noah. Buzz buzz buzz. The feather that was emitting a white light trembled as if it was urging something. Noah, who had never encountered such a situation before, had a face full of surprise. Buzz buzz buzz. The feather that represented the world also seemed to be urging something, as it constantly trembled. Noah reacted. After hesitating for a while, he made up his mind and reached out his hand, gently placing it on the feather in front of him. In the next moment, a dense white light burst out from the feather. When the white light dissipated, Noah had already disappeared from the spot and entered this world. Chapter 281. The moment he entered the new world, before Noah had time to open his eyes, he felt his body was suddenly pulled into another place. A sense of weightlessness attacked his five senses. It felt like he was sitting in a car driving to the end of a straight road, but suddenly another road extended from the sky in front of the car Noah was sitting in, allowing the car carrying Noah to rush into the road and into the sky without any reduction in momentum. This description was the most appropriate. Because, after entering this world, Noah should have followed the passage into this world, that is, the first road, to reach the interior of this world. But in the process of going to this world, the second road suddenly extended and changed Noah's destination. The world was still the same world. But the end, that is, the destination, was different. Noah, who should have directly descended into the interior of the world, found himself in a very wonderful place. After opening his eyes, Noah was presented in front of a snow-white world. In this snow-white world, who knows how far away, there was an existence that looked like a sphere, a vortex, a black hole, and a nebula. It gave people a feeling that it was absolutely impossible to approach. It seemed illusory and suspended at the end of this snow-white world. This was a place very similar to Between the Worlds. The difference was that, Between the Worlds, gave Noah the feeling of being in a mother's body, but it seemed that it could only contain him, making him completely unable to touch the infinite dreamy feeling. But this snow-white world gave Noah a feeling of vastness and shock. Although there was comfort, there was no infinite dreamy feeling, but more of a strange feeling. Noah didn't have time to observe this world at all, nor did he have time to observe what kind of situation he was in. Almost less than 3 seconds after Noah entered this snow-white world, Noah's heart thumped. He didn't observe this snow-white world, nor did he observe his current situation. Instead, he raised his head and looked above himself. Buzz! A burst of scorching white light rose into the air. Noah was startled, stretched out his hand, and blocked the dazzling white light in front of him. However, an inexplicable impulse controlled Noah's actions, making Noah open his eyes. Even if it was dazzling, he was unwilling to close his eyes. Through his hand, he stared at the center of the white light. Then, Noah saw. He saw two people. To be more precise, he saw two girls. They were two young girls who were inconceivable in every way. The two girls looked to be around 12 or 13 years old. The girl on the left had long water-colored hair, releasing an extremely terrifying sense of existence. Facing this girl, Noah felt that he was facing the entire starry sky, unusually small. The young lady on the right had a head of long, silver hair. Although she exuded a strong sense of presence, she exuded a strong sense of coercion. Facing this young lady, Noah felt as though he was standing in the middle of a massive ocean. He could be submerged at any moment and become part of the ocean. These two feelings made Noah extremely shocked. There was no way not to be shocked. In this life, the most powerful people Noah had seen since he was born were Makarov, Kildas, and Laxas. However, Noah's intuition told him that these three people, not to mention standing alone, even if there were 100, 1,000, or 10,000 of them, they wouldn't be qualified to stand in front of these two girls who didn't seem to have reached adulthood. Moreover, they weren't even qualified to carry shoes. This was not because Noah could see how powerful these two girls were. On the contrary, Noah had such a feeling because he couldn't see how powerful these two girls were. These two girls, who were they? Just when Noah was still shocked, in the white light, the girl with long silver hair and the girl with long silver hair cast their eyes on Noah at the same time, and then took a step forward. It was as if the whole world was making way for these two girls. With just one step, the two girls suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared in front of Noah. They stared at Noah with a pair of eyes. The girl with long blue hair revealed an extremely obvious joy in her eyes. The girl with long silver hair's eyes only slightly fluctuated a few times, and then returned to a calm and emotionless state. Noah couldn't help but take a step back. He was supposed to be the best at controlling his emotions, but at this moment, he couldn't control the rolling waves in his heart. This was because, when the two girls appeared in front of him, Noah actually had a very strong sense of intimacy. No, it should be called intimacy. It should be said that it was like finding a long-lost relative, and there was a feeling of blood connection. You. Noah was almost speechless, and his eyes were extremely gloomy. Seeing that Noah couldn't calm down, the girl with long silver hair looked at him expressionlessly, while the girl with long blue hair smiled sweetly and said to Noah in an intimate tone, "You can call me Gaia." Gaia? Noah couldn't help but be stunned. As for the girl with long silver hair, she raised her head slightly and nodded gently at Noah, and said very concisely, "Aleya." This should be the name of the girl with long silver hair. Gaia. Aleya. Two existences that shocked Noah. Although there was no basis, Noah felt that after entering this world, he would come here should be the doings of these two girls. Who? At this moment, Noah took a deep breath, calmed down the various emotions in his heart, and finally restored himself to calmness. Of course, this calmness was also very forced. From Gaia and Aleya, he felt a constant sense of closeness and a similar feeling of blood connection, which affected Noah, making him smile bitterly. "You are, I said before, my name is Gaia." Gaia said with a smile, and she seemed to be in a good mood. In terms of name, this is it. In terms of identity, I am the will of the earth, and I am the control force. If it is difficult to understand, you can think of me as a part of this world. Aleya. As if to create a sharp contrast with Gaia, Aleya was expressionless, and it was impossible to tell whether her mood was good or bad. Only a pair of bright eyes were staring at Noah. The collective body of human consciousness, the control force, forms a part of this world. A part of this world. If it was someone else who said this, Noah would be skeptical even if he didn't completely believe it. However, when this sentence came from the mouth of these two girls who were very unbelievable in all aspects, Noah had no choice but to believe it. Because, only this explanation could explain why these two girls who seemed to be only 12 or 13 years old gave Noah such a vast and boundless feeling. Without giving Noah much time to react, the seemingly cheerful Gaia excitedly said to Noah. You are Noah, right? I finally meet you. It was us who brought you here. Aleya still used the simplest words to explain to Noah. Because you have just restored this world, we are able to use this world that has just stabilized to guide you, who is in the space between worlds, to let you follow our guidance and enter this world. Noah finally understood. It seemed that the strange movement of the feather that had just been restored was completely due to the actions of these two girls who claimed to be a part of this world. You? Noah asked with uncertainty. Are you really a part of this world? We are the will of the planet and humans. Strictly speaking, we only represent the planet and humans. We cannot represent this world. However, we are the control force of this world. Gaia patiently explained. This world itself does not have a will. Therefore, our control force can be considered as representing this world. You are the chosen savior of the world, the darling of the world. Aleya said this sentence without stopping until it shocked Gaia to death. Therefore, you can also call us Mother. Chapter 282. Ma. Mother. Noah, who had finally calmed down and regained his composure, was caught off guard by this term. It was as if his head was hit by a stick and he was stunned. Mother? Two mothers. Two mothers who looked to be 12 or 13 years old. Moreover, one is the will of the planet and the other is the will of a human. Then what am I? For a moment, Noah even had the urge to complain. However, the feeling of intimacy and blood connection from Gaia and Aleya made Noah unable to complain. Why do Gaia and Aleya give me such a feeling of blood connection? Could it be that they are really my mother? Then what am I? The same thought. If there was a reason to complain in the beginning, then now, the thought of, what am I, made Noah's heart completely chaotic. Originally, Noah could not be considered a normal human. Would a normal human be born with the appearance and intelligence of a 10-year-old? Would a normal human have 3 inexplicable constitutions? How could a normal human possess such godlike senses? Would a normal human be able to travel between different worlds? All these signs indicated that Noah was most likely not a human. Then, what is Noah? Aleya said that Noah was the chosen savior of the world, the darling of the world. Then, why did the world choose Noah? Why didn't it choose someone else? Am I considered a human? Noah realized that his heart was in a mess like never before. Even though Noah already knew that he was not a normal human, at this moment, Aleya, who had been watching Noah, suddenly spoke. You are a human. Noah was stunned on the spot. Little Noah, don't doubt yourself, Gaia floated in front of Noah and patted Noah's head like a little adult. Aleya is an amalgamation of the human unconscious. It represents the existence of all humans. Since Aleya said that you are a human, then you are definitely a human. No one can doubt it. Gaia and Aleya's words were like a warm current that drilled into Noah's heart, making Noah's heart inconceivably calm down. Gaia was right. Aleya was an existence that represented all of humanity. Since Aleya said, you are a human, there was probably no one more convincing than Aleya to say this. However, if I am a human, why is my constitution so special? Why do I have the appearance and intelligence of a 10-year-old when I was born? Why am I the so-called darling of the world? As expected of an existence that represented all humans, Aleya immediately saw through Noah's thoughts and shook its head at Noah. You don't have to feel confused about your own existence. You will know everything sooner or later. That's right, that's right. The Gaia person made a teaching gesture. Little Noah, you just need to know that we are all your mothers. Come, call us mommy. A cute little girl who looks 12 or 13 years old is urging me to call her mommy with an innocent expression. What kind of feeling is that? In any case, Noah felt that regardless of whether Gaia and Aleya were his real mothers, as long as he called them that, he would definitely become a sinner of the world. Thus, Noah said shamefully. I will call you Gaia and Aleya. Regarding this, Alea silently expressed its agreement, as though it didn't care about a superficial form of address. However, Gaia puffed up her cheeks and was very dissatisfied. Why? Why? Does Gaia really not know, or is she pretending not to know? Noah was extremely speechless. However, he didn't realize that he had already treated Gaia and Alea as his family. Not for other reasons, but even if it was because of the inexplicable closeness and bloodline connection, Noah would still acknowledge Gaia and Alea. As for Gaia, it seemed like she was just complaining. A second ago, she was still panting with anger, but in the next second, she smiled happily. Forget it. Being able to see little Noah is already enough to make me happy. Alea nodded and looked straight at Noah. This world has already recovered. We can also sense the existence of other world fragments. In this world, there are many parallel worlds. We can only vaguely sense which parallel world the other world fragments are in. We will directly send you to that parallel world. This time, Noah was surprised. Didn't this world just recover? How could there be world fragments in this world? In the past, Noah had always been searching for world fragments in a complete world. World fragments would only be lost in a complete world and would not be lost in a similarly broken world. Then, in a world that had just recovered, why would there be world fragments in it? The reason is simple. Gaia spread out her hands and acted helpless. Because, before you, Noah, could grow up and come to this world to retrieve the world fragments that were lost here, this world was already destroyed. Destroyed? Noah held his breath. Speaking of which, why were there so many worlds that were broken into fragments? Some of them were drifting in the world between worlds, and some were lost in a complete world. How did those originally complete worlds become fragments? Noah had never considered this question before. But now, it seemed like there was a reason why the world was broken. You don't need to ask. Alea's eyes flickered. You will know sooner or later. Hearing Alea's words, Noah could only suppress the doubts in his heart and let out a sigh. In other words, this world was originally complete. There were also fragments of other worlds that were lost here, but before they could be retrieved, this world was destroyed. Now that this world has recovered, the world fragments that were originally here naturally need to be retrieved, right? Yes, that's right. Gaia nodded her little head. I believe that little Noah also knows that this world has no way of destroying other worlds. We are God's domain and can be considered as representing this world, so we have no way of destroying other world fragments. You can only find them yourself, and we can only give you some guidance. On the matter of finding world fragments, we can only guide you and give you hints. This world has just recovered, so if we provide you with too much help, it will disrupt the order and balance of this world. Therefore, the help we can provide you is limited. Alea looked at Noah, and for the first time, her eyes showed true emotions. It was as if she could only look at her child running around for her without being able to help. She was like a real mother with pity, heartache, and gentleness. Unfortunately, this gaze only appeared for a short moment, and after a moment, Alea's eyes returned to its emotionless state. On the other hand, Gaia showed very obvious emotions. We can only take advantage of this loophole and give you a gift. After saying that, Gaia flipped her hand, and a ball of light appeared in her hand. It slowly elongated and finally had a form. It was a scabbard. A scabbard that shone with golden light. Noah's attention was immediately attracted by the scabbard that was lying quietly in Gaia's hand. This is called a treasure. Gaia raised her hand, and the scabbard in her hand floated up and arrived in front of Noah. Originally, this was something that could not be used by anyone other than its owner, but we have transformed it into yours. From today onwards, you are its owner. We will also pass on some essential knowledge of this world to you. We can only provide you with this much substantial help. Alea said. We hope that you can grow faster and grow to the point where you don't need our protection. After saying that, Gaia and Alea raised their hands at the same time, and as if drawing a circle, they drew a line to the left and right. Suddenly, Noah felt as if he was thrown into a tunnel, and the distance between him and Gaia and Alea was pulled infinitely apart within a thousandth of a second. In the end, Noah's vision turned black, and he lost all his vision in an instant. Wang! The scabbard in Noah's hand suddenly emitted a rich light that enveloped Noah's body. It was like a bubble that enveloped Noah and flew toward the other side of the tunnel. Chapter 283. This was a forest located on the outskirts of a city. Who? At this moment in the winter, the cold wind whistled past, causing the entire forest to be filled with icy cold air. If someone was in this forest, they would definitely be able to vaguely detect some subtle movements. Walala, this was the sound of a river flowing in the forest. Who, this was the subtle sound of the wind. Woo, this was the sound of a beast hiding its tracks in the forest. And within these sounds, at a certain moment, a strange vibration sound was mixed in. Above a woodland covered with withered leaves and branches, the space suddenly rotated like a whirlpool, causing the atmosphere to emit a low humming sound. Then, a figure seemed to be spat out by the invisible whirlpool. In the fluctuation of the space, the figure fell out in a slightly embarrassing manner. It was a figure holding a scabbard that was blooming with a bright brilliance, and his entire body was covered by the light released by the scabbard. Wang Wang. In the vibration of the space, the golden figure jumped out, but quickly stabilized his body. He turned his body slightly in midair, and finally landed steadily on the ground. Until then, the invisible whirlpool seemed to have completed its task, and slowly dissipated, leaving only the ruthlessly abandoned youth, looking at the sky with a speechless expression. Still calling yourself a mother, is there a mother who would throw her own son away like trash? After leaving this sentence, Noah lifted his head and scanned the surroundings. After confirming his current location, he shifted his gaze to the scabbard in his hand. Under Noah's gaze, the scabbard that was emitting a golden light gradually withdrew its own brilliance, and returned to a slightly plain appearance. Of course, it was plain, but that was only compared to the brilliance from before. Even if its brilliance was withdrawn, the scabbard still looked like it was made of luxurious gems, making it impossible for people to ignore its existence. Looking carefully, Noah realized that the scabbard in his hand was different from ordinary scabbards. At least, ordinary scabbards were definitely not as peculiar as the one in Noah's hand. It was mainly gold and blue, wide at the top and pointed at the bottom. With one look, one could tell that it could not be used to carry ordinary swords. To be honest, Noah did not understand why Gaia and Alea gave him a scabbard. Because, wasn't a scabbard generally used to hold swords? However, this scabbard looked very unusual. It should have some kind of special power, right? The moment he thought of this, Noah's head buzzed, and a large amount of information began to appear in his mind, becoming Noah's memories. These were the necessary knowledge and information that Gaia and Alea had instilled into Noah. If Noah had received these memories before going to the world of absolute dual blades, it would have taken a long time even if he could bear it. But after going to the world of absolute dual blades, and obtaining the daybreak star rune, 4 times in total in the world of absolute dual blades, Noah, whose spirit had been strengthened a lot, was able to accept this memory much more easily. It took him almost a minute to finish accepting it. Among them, there was some information about this world on the surface, and there were also some records about the secret and mysterious side of this world. From these memories, Noah obtained a lot of information. In summary, the general aspects could be summarized into 2 points. 1. This was a world similar to the Black Bullet and absolute dual blades. The similar here did not refer to the fact that there were primitive animals wreaking havoc in this world, or that there was a hidden school. Instead, it referred to the culture and civilization of this world. It could even be said that it was completely the same modern world. 2. Similar to the absolute dual blades, this world also had an inner world. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary modern world. However, in this world, there were also existences similar to surpassers and gods destroyers that surpassed humans. Moreover, compared to the absolute dual blades world, this world's inner world was more mysterious, more magnificent, and more dangerous. In addition, Noah also knew the true form of the scabbard in his hand. So that's how it is. After receiving all the memories, Noah looked at the scabbard in his hand with some surprise. Is this the so-called noble phantasm? The so-called noble phantasm referred to those who were once active in myths and legends and transformed into a kind of weapon called heroic spirit that was used by those who were once active in myths and legends. That was the ultimate weapon that originally only existed in fantasy and could only be used by its owner. It had miraculous power. However, there were some noble phantasms that existed in this world in a real form. The scabbard in Noah's hand was one of them. Not only that, among all the noble phantasms, the scabbard in Noah's hand was also one of the best. Normal noble phantasms could not be compared to this scabbard. Only a very small number of noble phantasms could be compared to this scabbard. Otherwise, as the will of the planet and the will of mankind, Gaia and Aleya would not have transformed it and made Noah its owner and use it. Therefore, even from Noah's point of view, the power of this scabbard was extremely huge and its use was incomparably great. With it, as long as Noah had enough magic, then he basically did not have to worry about his own safety. Originally, if he wanted to use the real power hidden in this scabbard, he would need the magic of the original owner of the scabbard. But now, the owner of this scabbard had become Noah. Besides Noah's magic, even its original owner had no way to use it. At this moment, Noah slightly unsealed the magic sealed in his body, which was in a limited state, and mobilized the magic sealed in the scabbard. The scabbard also had the characteristic of storing its owner's magic. As long as he poured magic into it, even if he did not use it, the scabbard would be able to store the magic and use it at any time. At that time, even if Noah did not have any magic, as long as the scabbard still had magic stored in it, he would be able to use the power of the scabbard. Furthermore, the scabbard would be able to act on its own. However, just as Noah was pouring magic into the scabbard in his hand, Noah's superb perception suddenly caught a fluctuation. Noah was slightly surprised, and then he discovered it. This forest, no, it should be said that it was this city. The air in this city was thick. The city seemed to be shrouded in a layer of invisible fog. This layer of invisible fog reacted when Noah unsealed the magic in his body. Barrier. Relying on his sensing ability and the memory in his mind, Noah recognized the true form of this layer of invisible fog. This city is actually completely covered by a barrier. After a while, the somewhat surprised Noah frowned and put his unsealed magic back into the limited state. Then, in a flash, he hid behind a tall tree on the side. Pa 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 pa. At the same time, the sound of birds flapping their wings resounded in the air above the forest. A flock of about 10 to 20 birds flew in from the other side of the forest, constantly hovering in the air above the forest. Hiding behind the tree, Noah stared at the flock of birds hovering in the air above the forest. This was not an ordinary flock of birds. From Noah's perception, these birds did not have any breath of life, and they even carried a small amount of magic. Previously, the barrier covering this city had reacted to Noah's magic after he unsealed the limited state. Therefore, these birds should have been sent by the owner of the barrier to investigate. This allowed Noah to discover another use of the limited state concealment. Like Noah's own magic, if he used the limited state to seal it, there seemed to be no way to detect it. Pa 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 pa. The sound of the birds flapping their wings still echoed in the air above the forest. After an unknown amount of time, the flock of birds hovering in the air above the forest turned around and flew back to their original location. Noah, who was hiding behind the tree, walked out, raised his eyes, and looked in the direction of the flock of birds. After a long time, he chuckled. It seems that this city also has many secrets. Following these words, the scabbard in Noah's hand turned into rays of light and merged into Noah's body. Chapter 284. Sanio City. This was the name of the city covered by the barrier. After coming out of the forest and arriving at the city center, Noah walked around aimlessly while seemingly unintentionally conversing with the passers-by. In the end, he obtained some basic information about the city. How should he describe it? Originally, Noah thought that this city called Sanio City was special, but when he entered the city center, he discovered that Sanio City was actually just a rural town that was being developed. It was close to the mountains and was surrounded by mountains like a basin. It could not be considered flourishing because it was originally just a small town in the countryside. It was only 10 years ago that it began to modernize and develop at a high level. Therefore, if one had to say what was special about Sanio City, it would probably be that while it kept the forest, suburbs, hills, and fields, it was also gradually urbanizing. This made it not comparable to a big city, but it did not fall behind. It could be considered a city that was developing at a moderate level. Of course, this was the point of view of the residents of Sanio City. However, Noah, who was walking on the streets of Sanio City, could clearly feel the true uniqueness of this city. There was an extremely large amount of magic flowing under the city. In the past, Noah had only sensed this type of large amount of magic flowing through the earth in one place. Heavenly Wolf Island. The island where the first president, Mavis Viamilio, had an extremely large amount of magic under the ground, just like Sanio City. It is because of this large amount of magic under the ground that Sanio City is covered by a barrier, right? According to Noah's senses, there were roughly 2 enchantments in Mio City. One was the barrier that reacted to Noah's magic and seemed to have the ability to detect magic. The other was the barrier that managed the magic in the ground and controlled its flow, making the magic flow in a certain direction. Following his senses, Noah, who was immersed in the sea of people on the streets, raised his head and looked at a mountain in the distance. The magic in Sanio City was flowing there. It seems that this piece of land is the so-called spirit vein. Noah, who was staring at the mountain, sighed after a while. Moreover, it's a spirit vein with a manager. The knowledge he obtained from Gaia and Aleia about this world allowed Noah to know one of the mysteries that existed in this world magic. That is the general term for the artificial reappearance of mystery and miracles. To put it simply, Noah's crushing magic was also considered magic in this world. Although there were some differences between the two, they both used a person's own power to drive the magic in their body to display a mysterious and miraculous power. However, in this world, there was a huge difference between magic and magic. Generally speaking, Noah's crushing magic could only be called crushing magic in this world, not magic. In this world, individuals who could use magic were not called sorcerers, but magicians. In Sanio City, there was at least one magician. Therefore, this land that was filled with a large amount of magic power was covered with a barrier. After all, if the large amount of mana in the ground was used well, it would be of great help and benefit to a magician in various aspects. Controlling such a piece of land, who wouldn't set up some defensive measures against outsiders, and who wouldn't want to obtain this piece of land? Perhaps, the manager of this land had already determined that an outsider magician had arrived when the barrier had reacted to Noah's magic power. Moreover, it was very likely that they had made the decision to attack the enemy. However, at this time, the manager of this land should be very confused, right? This was because the magic power that had caused the barrier to react had already disappeared. Noah had once again used the power of restriction to seal it in his body, concealing its traces. Even Noah himself didn't think that under the state of restriction, there was no way to sense or detect it, let alone other people. Let's play hide and seek for the time being. After sealing all of his magic power in restriction, even his physical strength and other aspects of his body were all restriction, leaving behind only the strength of an ordinary person, Noah smiled. After all, I also need some time to settle down. Next, Noah began to settle down in Sanio City. Every time he arrived in a new world, the most difficult thing to solve was the problem of identity. Every time Noah arrived in a new world, he had to solve the problem of his identity first. Just like in the world of absolute dual blades, Noah originally wanted to find an internet cafe and hack into the country's database to leave his personal information. Then, he would use the excuse of loss to apply for a new identity card and household registration. However, Sanio City's modern urbanization had only been going on for about 10 years. At this time, even mobile phones weren't that common, let alone computers. Noah went through a lot of trouble to borrow a computer from a large company. In exchange for helping the employee who borrowed the computer bring takeout, he borrowed about 10 minutes to successfully hack into the country's database and leave his personal information. Then, Noah began to think of ways to get some money. There was no other way. In this world, there was no place like Haoleing Academy that provided free food and accommodation. If he didn't think of a way to get some money, he was afraid that Noah wouldn't even have a place to stay for the night. Even getting food to eat was a problem. As for the living expenses he accumulated in Absolute Dual Blades, when he left Absolute Dual Blades, Noah secretly transferred all of them to Ivan's account. Compared to Noah, Ivan, who had to revitalize his family business, needed money more. Moreover, if Noah wanted to make money, he had many ways. In the world of fairy tale, Noah started to accept commissions when he was 11 or 12 years old and went out to work to earn money. In the world of Pitch Black Bullet, in order to create fairy tale, in the first year, Noah also thought of all kinds of ways to make money. For Noah, making money was not a difficult thing. As long as he wanted to, he could find a way to make money in minutes. At the very least, he could go underground and fight. He could even use his sensory ability to gamble a few times. That way, money would not be easy to come by. At this time, Noah, who was walking on a street, turned his head and looked at the other side of the street. On the busy street, a figure gradually passed through the crowd and entered Noah's sight. It was a young girl with waist-length black hair and a pair of pale eyes. She was wearing a student uniform from who knows where. The girl's delicate face was tense, her pale eyes were full of awe. Her walking posture was like a tiger, her every move was clean and neat, without the slightest superfluous movement. Her waist-length black hair swayed, as if with a bit of magic, she slowly walked in the direction of Noah. Of course, the target of such a beautiful girl with such a strong presence and delicate appearance was not Noah. As if already accustomed to other people's gazes, the girl did not even look at Noah. She simply brushed past Noah, passed by Noah, and walked to the other side of the street. With his back facing the young lady who was gradually walking into the distance, Noah's dark and deep eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. He immediately smiled, turned around and actually followed a short distance behind the young lady. He hung behind the young lady and began to follow her. The first place the girl went to was the outskirts of the forest. Yes. Forest. Moreover, it was the forest that Noah had arrived in when he first came to this world. Looking at the girl's serious face as she walked around in various places in the forest, as if she was investigating something, Noah's eyes became more and more thoughtful, and finally a smile appeared. After an unknown amount of time, the girl did not seem to have discovered anything, which made the girl's delicate face show a bit of unwillingness and displeasure, and left the forest. Next, the girl went to Miyazaki in Miyazaki City. After climbing up the hill that was paved with asphalt and climbing up the steep slope, the girl arrived in front of a building. Without any hesitation, the girl directly walked in, and then did not come out again. Noah, who was following behind, had already stopped. He turned his head and looked at a door tablet next to the building. On it was written, Private 3rd Grade High School. 3rd Grade High School. Noah first muttered to himself for a while, then smiled, turned around, and walked back the way he came. Chapter 285. Private Mitsubishi High School. This was a school that had existed in Myomachi before Myomachi was developed into a modern city. Before that, Mitsubishi High School was just a dilapidated school built on a mountain. It closed down 20 years ago, and then a new school building was built and became the current private Mitsubishi High School. As one of the few private high schools in Mitsubishi City, although the number of students studying in Mitsubishi High School was not many, it was definitely not few. However, most of the students were not residents of Mitsubishi Town. It could be said that students from all over Mitsubishi City were mixed in, making it quite lively. At this time, in the student union office of Mitsubishi High School, such an episode was quietly happening. Transfer student. Wearing the girl's uniform of Mitsubishi High School, a girl with waist-length black hair and pale eyes raised her head in surprise and looked at the boy in front of her. It was a boy of the same age as the girl. He had a head of messy but stylish hair. His face was very handsome, but his eyes and actions had a kind of rough feeling. At first glance, he looked like a playboy. Looking at the boy standing in front of her with a frown, the girl asked casually without being serious or perfunctory. It's really rare, there's actually a transfer student? Mitsubishi City could not be considered a big city, let alone Mitsubishi Town. Under such circumstances, there was actually a transfer student who transferred to Mitsubishi High School. No wonder the girl asked. After all, the girl was the student union president of Mitsubishi High School. The boy in front of the girl was the vice president of the student union of Mitsubishi High School. However, as the vice president, the boy did not have the slightest courtesy to the president in front of him, and his tone was still rough. President Ouchi, do you think it's necessary for me to joke at this time? Indeed, if it were you, you would definitely not be willing to use this rare time to joke with me. The girl called President Ouchi did not care about the vice president's rough tone at all, as if she did not care about the other party's existence at all. But it's really rare, Mr. Vice President, you actually care about whether a transfer student transferred to Mitsubishi High School? I don't want to waste such time talking about transfer students. The vice president's rough tone became a little distressed. The problem is that my old man told me to take good care of the transfer student when he was at home this morning. Hearing this, the girl was truly surprised. Sushi Iris Pill. That was the vice president in front of the girl. Putting aside whether or not he was a hedonistic son of rich parents, his family was indeed quite wealthy. Needless to say, the chairman of the board of directors of Mitsui High School was Suzy Harumaru's father. In other words, as the father of Sasaki Harumaru, the chairman of the board of directors of Mitsuru High School personally instructed his son to take care of the transfer students today. It was hard to say if a transfer student could even alert the chairman, let alone get the chairman to personally instruct them to take care of him. This made the girl finally feel curious. What kind of background does this transfer student have? That better be the case. Suzy Uamaru said, as if he didn't know what to say. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth my time. Hearing this, the young girl also began to lose interest. You're really cold, but that's also your style. For you, it's important to know whether someone has value or not. If they don't have a background, then they have no value. Saying that you're wasting time is indeed something you would say. We're the same, President Ouchi. Suzy Harumaru retorted. I've said everything I need to say. I just want to say that later, after the transfer student completes the admission procedures, he will come to the student union to say hello. Don't treat someone you don't know as someone who's pursuing you like before and give him a kick without hesitation. There's something wrong with what you just said, the young girl casually replied. I'll only make a move on someone who's clingy. Otherwise, I'm too lazy to waste my energy. That's why we're the same. Suzy Harumaru glanced at the girl without saying anything else. It was almost as if someone had calculated the time, and the sound of knocking on the door began. Only then did the girl raise her head and exchange a glance with Suzy Harumaru. Then, she turned her gaze to the door. Please come in. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the student union office was directly pushed open. The girl and Suzy Harumaru both looked at the person who came in. What entered the eyes of the two was a young man. A young man with short black hair, dark eyes that were as deep as the stars, exuding a strange temperament and a free and easy aura that made people unable to move their eyes away. The person who came in was Noah. Glancing around the entire student union office, Noah's eyes and the girl's eyes met in an instant. At this moment, the corner of Noah's mouth slowly rose. At this moment, the girl's heart seemed to be touched, and she stared at Noah for a while. The touched here was not referring to love at first sight or anything like that. It was all pink and unfolding. The reason why the girl's heart was touched was because the girl inexplicably felt like she was being stared at by something dangerous, and the switch that represented vigilance in her heart was suddenly turned on. When the girl's eyes were also filled with vigilance, Noah looked away and greeted. Hello, I'm today's transfer student, my name is Noah Doria, you can call me Noah. Noa Doria? Suzy Harumaru slightly raised her eyes. This name, don't tell me you're not from this country. Yes, Noa admitted straightforwardly. I'm not from this country. A foreign transfer student? The girl's sharp eyes stared at Noa's body, as if she was staring at a dangerous person, and her words were also merciless. A foreign transfer student will also take a fancy to our rural city's private high school? Sensing that her president's tone was very unfriendly, Suzy Harumaru immediately closed her mouth tightly, and at the same time, a feeling of surprise surged in her heart. As long as one was a student of Mitsuhiko High School, there was no one who did not know how violent this girl was. She was always ruthless to others. Even if it was a teacher, if they made a mistake, she would directly rush up to correct them. Her temper was not bad, but her patience was very limited. In addition, her eyes were always fierce, so Suzy Harumaru was not surprised at all that the girl would be so rude to a person she met for the first time. However, the girl's current behavior had already exceeded the category of rude and began to transition in the direction of finding fault with the innocent. In this regard, Suzy Harumaru did not want to comment on anything, nor did he want to meddle in other people's business. He did not want to become the victim of the president who was inexplicably unhappy and needed to vent her anger. Actually, I just came to Mitsuhiko City by chance. I didn't want to transfer to Mitsuhiko High School, but I happened to meet the president of this school. Noa, as if he did not notice the unfriendliness in the girl's eyes and tone, straightforwardly explained. When I met the president yesterday, he was playing chess with others. I just happened to be interested, so I played 2 games. Later, I found out that there was a bet. After I finished, the president had already lost a lot of money to me. When he knew that I was looking for a school to enter, he warmly invited me here. Noa's words were half true and half false. The truth was naturally that Noa did not come to Mitsuhiko City on purpose, and he did not have the intention to transfer to Mitsuhiko High School. The lie was that Noa had a purpose to find the president of Mitsuhiko High School. Everything that happened after that was logical, and it was all true. The only difference was whether it was intentional or not. As for the purpose of transferring to Mitsuhiko High School, it was very simple. Because the girl was a student here. Because the girl was very special. Facing Noa's words, the girl was directly stunned. Even the girl was like this. Suzy Harumaru fell into a dead silence as if he had swallowed a bug. So, his father told him to take care of this transfer student because he lost money to her? Well, no matter what, we are all classmates. Noa said to the girl with a smile. You haven't asked. The girl took a deep breath and looked at Noa with a stern gaze. I am the president of Mitsuhiko High School's student council, Aoko Aozaki. This was the first meeting between Noa and Aoko Aozaki. Chapter 286. Due to the need to go through the admission procedures, Noa came to Mitomi High School very early, so that there was still a lot of time left after the admission procedures were completed. At this time, students began to spread out in every corridor. Some stood at the door and gathered in 2s and 3s to chat, some entered the classroom alone and played with their companions. Every corridor of Sandan High School was filled with the existence called vitality. Accompanied by the president and vice president of the student union of Mitomi High School, Noa almost walked through the entire Mitomi High School. Raza Harumaru, who was next to him, introduced the places to Noa with a very rude and lazy tone. Aoko had been silent. To some extent, it could be said that she had been staring at Noa fiercely. It was as if she wanted to see the true face of a hypocrite, causing many students passing by to whisper and cast sympathetic eyes on Noa. The president of the student union of Mitomi High School was not to be trifled with. This was something that everyone knew. The students thought that Noa had offended Aoko and was targeted by her. This was why they cast sympathetic eyes on Noa, but they did not know that the situation should be the opposite. It was not Aoko who targeted Noa, but Noa who targeted Aoko. Otherwise, Noa would not suddenly transfer to Mitomi High School. Of course, Noa naturally would not show this. He ignored Aoko's gaze and chatted with Raza Harumaru as usual, turning a blind eye to her. This made Raza Harumaru's hair stand on end. For Aoko, Raza Harumaru wanted to stay away from her. Now that the other party was releasing a murderous gaze next to him, even if the target was not him, it was enough to make Raza Harumaru tremble with fear. As for Noah, Raza Harumaru could only admire him now. Only Noah could directly ignore the president of Mitomi High School. However, if he could do it, it did not mean that Raza Harumaru could also do it. At the very least, if Aoko continued to stare at him like this, Misaki Yumaru would be the first one to succumb and become a sacrifice. Immediately, Suzy Harumaru tried to change the topic. By the way, Noah, you said that my old man lost a lot of money to you yesterday. How much did he lose? One had to know that Susie Isamuru's family was quite wealthy. If he had only lost a small amount of money, the chairman wouldn't have been so enthusiastic about Noah. In fact, this was indeed the case. Not a lot, Noah said in an indifferent tone. His words were earth-shattering. If I were to add it up, it should be around 20 million, right? Suzy Harumaru's legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. 20 million. Aoko cried out in surprise, forgetting the inexplicable sense of weariness in her heart. It's over. Sasuke sighed as he facepalmed. That old man is finally finished this time. Suzy's family was indeed quite wealthy. It wouldn't be difficult for them to take out 20 million yuan. The difficult part was that Suzy Harumaru's father lost 20 million yuan in gambling. Suzy Harumaru's father didn't have the final say in the Suzy family. There was still Suzy Harumaru's grandfather above him. If his grandfather were to find out about this, he would most likely fly into a rage. If that happened, Suzy Harumaru's father would be in trouble. Well, don't be so nervous. Noah said casually as if he was afraid that his words wouldn't scare Suzy Harumaru to death. I'm here as a student. It's not good to gamble. So, yesterday's gambling was just for fun. I also told the chairman that I don't have to pay back the money. As soon as this sentence came out, let alone Suzy Harumaru, even Aoko looked at Noah like he was an idiot. That was 20 million yuan. It wasn't 2 million yuan or 200,000 yuan, but 20 million yuan. If it was a family of 3, 200,000 yuan would definitely be enough for the family to live for a month. 2 million yuan would be enough for a year. 20 million yuan was equivalent to 10 years of living expenses for a family of 3. How could he just give up on such a large sum of money? If this person wasn't stupid, then who was? If it can be solved with money, then it's not a problem. Noah responded to Aoko and Suzy Harumaru's silence. I have hands and feet. If I want money, can't I earn it myself? This time, Aoko was somewhat impressed by Noah. That was the logic, but how many people could reject 20 million yuan with just one sentence? If it was Aoko herself, she naturally wouldn't accept the ill-gotten wealth. Although gambling was against the student's code of conduct, there was no reason for her to give away the money that was already in her hands. As expected of a foreigner. You really can't compare to the local snobs. Suzy Harumaru also patted Noah's shoulder and looked very emotional. Now, Suzy Harumaru finally understood why his old man asked him to take care of Noah so enthusiastically. It wasn't because Noah was his CR, but because he was indebted to Noah. He saved him from being scolded by his grandfather. Okay, it's almost time for class. I should go. Aoko rolled up her sleeves and looked at the time on her watch. Then she waved her hand at Suzy Harumaru. Vice President, I'll leave the transfer student to you. Deal with him. After leaving behind this sentence, Aoko glanced at Noah. She didn't say anything to Noah and directly walked away. Her handsome figure attracted the attention of the surrounding students as she disappeared at the end of the corridor. Noah looked at Aoko's back as she left. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Aoko is really interesting. She comes and goes as she pleases. She's like the leader of a group of bad people. Who would have thought that such a person would be the president of the student council? Hey, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to the president. Suzy Harumaru raised his voice slightly when he saw Noah staring at the direction where Aoko disappeared. Although she's a beauty based on her appearance and figure, I advise you to change your target if you want to think about the rest of your life. Noah obviously didn't take a fancy to Aoko. He came here because Aoko was in Mitsui High School because Noah didn't have a clear goal and there was something special about Aoko that caught his attention. That was why he decided to enroll in Mitsui High School. Although this was the case, Suzy Harumaru's words still aroused Noah's interest. Why do you say that? Because Aoko will never take a fancy to stinky boys like us. Suzy Harumaru said matter-of-factly. For that guy, the people in this world are only divided into people who can get along and people who can't get along. There's never a difference between good relationship and bad relationship. If she thinks you can get along, then she will interact with you. If she doesn't think you can get along, then even if she meets you on the street, she may not call you. That's not the most important thing. Suzy Harumaru's face was filled with pain. The most important thing is that that woman never thinks she needs to fall in love. So, as long as you show the slightest inclination to pursue her, she will sweep you into the category of people who can't get along, whether you like it or not. Hearing this, Noah was stunned, then he couldn't help but laugh. Then isn't the president the kind of old woman who is destined to be alone for the rest of her life? No, it should be said that she will position herself as an old woman who will be alone for the rest of her life. Suzy Harumaru was speechless. Undoubtedly, he was quite handsome, but the look in his eyes and the rough tone in his voice made him look like he was spitting saliva, making people not dare to compliment him. So, I advise you not to take a fancy to Aoko, otherwise no one will be able to save you, no matter what. Okay, don't worry. Noah couldn't help but laugh. I don't like that president, I just think she's a bit special, a bit eye-catching, no other meaning, I can still be saved, right? At least there's no possibility of being sentenced to death. With this sentence as the end of the topic, Suzy Harumaru walked forward. Let's go, you're in the same class as me, we're both 2A, I'll take you there. By the way, after school, I'll treat you to a meal as a thank you for forgiving my old man. Noah couldn't help but smile and nodded. Under the gaze of many students, he followed Suzy Harumaru to the classroom. Chapter 287. Next, in just one day, the owner of the name, Noah Dole, became a celebrity in the entire Mitsubishi High School. High school students were the age when they liked gossip and rumors the most. Therefore, regarding the transfer student who came to Mitsubishi High School today, in just one day, all the men and women in Mitsubishi High School, including the teachers, knew his name. There was no other way. Noah made a lot of legends that people talked about enthusiastically during the day at Mitsubishi High School. In the first class, the classroom teacher seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for Noah by repeatedly testing him. As a result, not only did Noah answer all the questions correctly, he even asked several wrong questions in the class as revenge, making the teacher who was deliberately making things difficult for him flee as soon as the class was over, as if he had been granted amnesty. After that, people found out that the teacher had just been scolded by the chairman in the morning. Knowing that the chairman seemed to have some preference for the new transfer student, he vented his anger on Noah and deliberately made things difficult for Noah. During the lunch break, when his classmates surrounded Noah and asked him all kinds of things curiously, the chairman personally came to the classroom. Not only did he ask about Noah's well-being and care, but he also seemed to know that Noah did not bring a lunchbox today. He specially brought a lunchbox for Noah so that he could enjoy a rather luxurious lunch. These two things alone were enough for Noah to make a name for himself. Who would have thought that there would be another incident that was quite big for the students after school? That was, some seniors thought that Noah was in the limelight too much. After school, they blocked Noah, who was going home, and took him to the back of the sports warehouse. They probably wanted to teach Noah a lesson. However, after a heart-wrenching scream, when some of the students who had witnessed Noah being called away were preparing to carry him to the infirmary, they discovered that the people lying on the ground were not the transfer students who had just arrived today. Instead, they were the upperclassmen who had planned to cause trouble for Noah. Therefore, the rumor that Noah was a person with good grades, good skills, good character, and good personality, but definitely not a person to be trifled with, flew everywhere and spread throughout Mitsubishi High School. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for Noah not to be famous. And Noah himself was quite enjoying this kind of life. After all, in the world of fairy tale, Noah did not go to school. In the world of Black Bullet, in order to teach the children, Noah picked up a pointer and became a teacher himself. In the world of Absolute Dual Blades, although he was considered to have gone to school, more than 70% of the lessons were combat skills training. Who could say that it was an ordinary school life? Therefore, for this really ordinary school life, even if it was impossible to maintain it, Noah still had the idea of enjoying it day by day, even if he had finished the university courses. However, thanks to this, Noah easily found a job as a tutor. With a salary of 30,000 yen per hour, he taught the children homework and also taught the children how to play the piano. When it was dark, Noah had already earned nearly 100,000 yen. Many of Noah's classmates were also working. Among them, the highest salary was 5,000 yen per day. If the people in the class knew that Noah spent 3 hours to earn nearly 100,000 yen, they would probably cry. Therefore, Noah also said that with his ability, earning money was not too easy. With this money, Noah could finally find a decent place to live. By the way, last night, the place where Noah stayed was a hotel room that the chairman, who was almost moved to tears, patted his chest and found for him. Mayo City, Mayo Town, an apartment. Phew. After a busy day, Noah laid on the bed and let his body sink deep into the quilt. His mind was immersed in his own body. At this time, the scabbard, which was blooming with golden brilliance, was quietly suspended in Noah's body. The scabbard was filled with Noah's magic, so the power inside the scabbard was ready to be squandered and used on its master's body. This was the state of the scabbard when it existed in the form of concept. In this state, the scabbard could be buried in anyone's body at will. Originally, Noah had thought that the magical power he had poured into the scabbard would also trigger a reaction from the barrier within Sanayo City. However, what surprised Noah was that the magical power stored in the scabbard was actually the same as the power that had been restricted. There was no way for it to be detected or sensed. Noah, who knew what kind of power the scabbard had, was relieved to store a large amount of magic in the scabbard. His own power was all sealed with the ability to limit, so he only had the level of an ordinary person. Touching his chest, Noah stared at the ceiling, and the appearance of the Mayo High School's student council president with a unique personality appeared in his mind. Aoko Aozaki. There was indeed something special about that girl who acted alone. Because, in Aoko Aozaki's body, Noah could clearly sense the existence of magic. Yes. Magic. In other words, Aoko Aozaki was a magician. Moreover, it was very likely that she was the manager of Mayo City's spirit vein. Of course, although this was barely enough to attract Noah's attention, it was not to the point that Noah needed to go to Mayo High School. What really interested Noah was that he felt a trace of familiarity from Aoko Aozaki's body. It was the same feeling he had when he entered this world, when he was pulled over by Gaia and Aleya. It was the same feeling he had when he met Gaia and Aleya in that snowy white world. This made Noah curious. Even if Noah had not seen other magicians, Noah knew that this was not a characteristic that all magicians had. How could an ordinary magician have the feeling of being directly related to the place where Gaia and Aleya were located? Therefore, Noah entered Mayo High School in order to find out more about Aoko Aozaki's background. Maybe I can get something from Aoko Aozaki's body. Thinking this, Noah directly got up. Why don't I go test it out? After making this decision, Noah got up and walked out of the room. In the forest on the outskirts of Mayo City. This was the forest at the junction of Mayo Maki and Mayo Mound. It was also the first place Noah had arrived in this world when he arrived yesterday. Returning to this forest, the cold air of the night was enough to cause frostbite on a person's skin. The low panting of wild beasts still faintly reverberated. It was believed that no one would be willing to come to such a hair-raising, dangerous forest. However, no one came also meant that the concealment was strong. If one wanted to do something that could not be exposed, such a place was the real treasure. Noah, who was wrapped in a thick black coat and buried his face in the hat of the black coat, slowly walked into the forest and arrived at the place where he had arrived yesterday. Then, Noah began to release the dormant manna in his body bit by bit. After releasing about 1/10 of it, he stopped. Wang! The surrounding air immediately trembled, reacting to Noah's manna. However, what reacted to Noah's manna was not the air, but something in the air. A barrier. A barrier that covered the entire Mayo City. Under the influence of the barrier of Mayo City, Noah's position was instantly exposed. This time, Noah did not leave. He quietly stayed in place, a bright light flashing through his eyes. Let me see the difference between a magician and a high mage in this world, Aoko Aozaki. Unfortunately, Noah could only achieve half of this idea. The other half. Whoosh! A gust of wind mixed with cold air blew through the forest. Rustle! The sound of leaves swaying echoed. After waiting for an unknown amount of time in the cold wind, Noah slowly raised his face that was buried in the hat of the black coat and looked forward. Rustle, rustle.